That part when you forget to turn your cameras on. Oops. Let's try that again. There we go. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, y'all? It's your boy Jermaine Plays. Happy, what's today? Wednesday. Thank you so much for coming through. Yeah, like I've been sitting here just like watching the clock count down. And here it is. My cameras aren't even turned on. Honestly, like I'm coming online today a little bit impulsively because I had like a really I don't know if I'd say it was like an out of character afternoon. I had like a work Zoom meeting. You know, that's pretty typical. Everybody's got Zoom stuff they do during the day, or lots of folks do. Had like a Zoom meeting for about an hour from 4 to 5, and then I came out of the Zoom meeting and I was looking at my timeline on Twitter. I mean, here we go, a Twitter story. I was looking at my timeline on Twitter, and I saw a streamer who I love. I don't want to mention their name because I don't want to make it about any one person, but saw a streamer who I love, and she was talking about how, you know, she was just kind of, she had taken in too much information today. And she cited some troubling news stories and like some stuff going on like in the hip hop world, and just like, you know, and all just being tired. And like, honestly, I've been kind of like not connected to social media or news today. I've been more just focused on work, or just, I don't know, my head in the clouds, just not really paying attention. So I'm like, what's going on? So I went on Google and I, you know, searched through Google News to see, you know, what she was talking about. And like, you know, I had to educate myself. Are we turning up for Juneteenth? Absolutely, Cyforce. How you doing, my brother? Thank you so much for coming through today. Anyway, I went on Google News. I just feel like it's important for me to say this. Like, I went on Google News and I read a bunch of news stories just to acquaint myself with what's going on, like what I was not aware of. And when I, you know, went online and read, you know, these news stories that have been kind of put out recently, and I mean like some of them today, some of them in the last week, perhaps 2-3 weeks, it's just really alarming. And I just feel like we're at a time right now in like life and society where we're like making it clear like what we stand for and what's acceptable, and like we're trying our best to like really fight some of these nastier parts of humanity with like, you know, overwhelming acts of anti whatever that is. So like right now what we're talking about is misogyny, which is hatred against women. And like I'm not gonna show you any of these stupid videos because I don't want to hype any of the people who captured them and are sharing them around on social media. But you know, first and foremost, today I saw a video of a young black woman getting thrown into a dumpster, and there were about like, you know, 12 or 15 guys there laughing at her and photographing. They had their phones out and they were capturing this for social media. You know, they threw this woman, you know, in a dumpster, and you know, I don't know how old she was. It doesn't matter how old she was or how old any of the people were. She, to me, looked like she maybe could have been 16. She could have been 22. She's younger than me. But you know, it just got me to thinking that like, okay, so we're passing videos like this around in social media, and you know, if somebody doesn't say, man, this is messed up, you know, at the very least, some people might get the idea that like that's okay. So I just feel like, you know, I don't know what kind of platform I have. It doesn't feel like I have a platform, but I feel like I just need to say out loud that like that kind of content is just vile. Like, and like, you know, as like dudes, as men, I just feel like we should be able to do better than that. if I have any influence, I would hope that anyone who cares about what I might think would never ever share something like that. And if you see something like that, you would immediately say that it was wrong, and you would ask whoever shared it with you to immediately delete it, and you would check in on, you know, your sisters or your nieces or your aunts, your mom, whatever, just to check in with them. Because I mean, I just want to say out loud that I feel like that is not acceptable. Okay, we're not doing that. So we're not doing that. Again, I will never show you this garbage, but I stand against that for whatever that means. And like, if there's anyone here, you know, I think, you know what? No, I think that like we have to figure out what we're going to do to make it clear that it's unacceptable. I mean, for me, if anybody shares anything like that with me or in our Discord or anything like that, that absolutely is going to catch a ban. I know I don't need to say this to y'all, but like, I feel like it just needs to be said that, like, you know, this is what we're doing about it. I didn't come across my timeline. I had to go and find it, but I just want to put that out there. And in that same vein, you know, the title of my stream today is Black Women Matter, because Black women do matter. Just beyond this recent story that I'm talking about with this being thrown in the dumpster, I also see in my own neighborhood of Harlem, just in the last 24 hours, a young man hit a Black woman in the face with a skateboard because she, you know, rebuffed his advances. And like, you know, again, like, I just want to say out loud that, like, you know, for any guys that are in here, that's not funny, and that's not how we carry ourselves. Like, I'm not trying to tell anybody how to live, but like, I do not support that kind of content. I don't support treating women like that. Triple Black women, like, and I just, you know, I want us to do better. If you have that in your phone, delete it. Please delete it. Okay. I got a few more things I want to say, and then I'm gonna go look over at this chat. There's a hashtag called Say Her Name, okay? Because there's been a few instances in the past couple weeks where there have been some Black women who have been murdered. Melanie, thank you for the follow. But anyway, there have been a few incidents in the last few weeks, and I've said some things on social media. I've clicked retweet, but I feel like it's very easy to click a retweet button. So I'm trying to do something more, because maybe some of y'all don't even know that this is happening. Okay, so that's like the spirit that I'm like talking about all this stuff. I'm not an expert, and again, if there is a Black woman here, or if there is someone here who wants some time to speak, I will invite you on my Discord, and I will mute my mic and just stand here and listen and take notes. But until then, I feel like if I had to go and Google these things, maybe people don't know, or maybe it's not as widely known, and at the very least, I can use whatever we've got going on in our streams to like let y'all know that this is what's happening and that this is what people are talking about. There is this thing online called Say Her Name, which is a campaign to remember the names of many of these Black women who have been murdered in these recent 2-3 weeks. So again, when I was doing my Googling before the stream today, just trying to avail myself of what happened, I came across many of these names. And I just feel like we need to name these names, and we need to talk about what happened here. Sorry, I'm all in my feelings. Breonna Taylor is a name that many of you may have heard before. And by the way, I may just actually read actual news articles here because I'm not an expert and I don't know what the right words are, but I want to make sure that we all know what happened to some of these people and that we can put some names to these faces. Breonna Taylor is let me make this bigger in case any of you want to see this too. Breonna Taylor is was a 26-year-old woman. She enjoyed playing cards with her aunts and fell asleep watching movies with friends. But on March 13th, police officers executed a no-knock warrant in the middle of the night and killed her in her apartment in Louisville, Kentucky. This is Breonna Taylor here, obviously. She was a first responder herself, who loved sneaking a nap before her next shift, and she would have turned 27 last week or a couple weeks ago. This happened in March. This is one of the reasons why folks are protesting and marching, because this happened to Breonna Taylor, and she was an EMT down there in Louisville, Kentucky, and she did not deserve to be murdered in her own home. Her life mattered. I'm saying her name, and I'm gonna link this story in the chat. This is from NPR. They're a pretty non-partisan news source. We all have to educate ourselves. Don't go asking Black women what they're talking about. Let's take on some of this work ourselves. Let's take on all of this work ourselves. Because honestly, the streamer that I was talking about who posted that tweet, maybe she doesn't even feel like talking to anybody. Maybe she shouldn't have to. So Breonna Taylor, we're saying her name, but that's not the only name that we're saying. We have, I may be pronouncing name wrong. If I am, I apologize. We have RIAH MILTON, who, I'm sorry, y'all, this is tough. I don't know why I'm choked up, but like, I'm just mad. Okay. RIAH MILTON, a Black woman killed in Ohio who just wanted to be accepted. This is from USA Today. Okay, so this is dated June 13th, which is Saturday. So on Tuesday of last week, the Butler County Sheriff's Office said they responded to a body found in Liberty Township. Investigators later discovered that RIAH MILTON, who's pictured here, had been shot and killed during a robbery after a 14-year-old girl and two men lured her to the Liberty Township area in an attempt to steal her car, and she was 25 years old. The reason why we're bringing this up is because we have a long and documented history of Black trans women being murdered, and the people, you know, guilty of these crimes are never brought to justice. It's not fair. Everybody's life matters. Black women's lives matter, and Black trans women's lives matter as well. So we're looking for justice for, you know, those who are responsible for the murder of RIAH, and just like, you know, we're gonna make sure that her life mattered. And so today we're saying her name. If you're not familiar with this, now you are. Here's a link in the chat. This is from USA Today. We have another Black woman murdered. This is June 12th. This is again from Friday of last week. This is REM'MIE Fells. Her body was pulled from the water near Bartram's Garden Dock and Community Boathouse, and it was ruled a homicide. She was 27 years old, and I guess this is the Philadelphia area. Once again, so here we are, 3 women in 3 weeks. So we're saying Dominique's name as well, Dominique REM'MIE Fells. And I'm not even done. This story is from CNN, which is cable news network. This is dated Monday, June 15th. That's just a couple days ago. This is just 2 days ago. But I believe this happened a couple days before that. This is a 19-year-old woman. She was a Black Lives Matter activist from Florida who was found dead a week after she was reported missing. Her name was TOYIN SALAU. She went by TOYIN for short. There was also a 75-year-old white woman who was also murdered. Another Black Lives Matter activist as well. Her name is not mentioned here. But again, like, I'm using my voice because I don't want anyone to think that this is not important, or video games are more important than what happened to these people. Like, and I also might add, all of these people like trying to do something to make our country and our communities better. So we're saying her name as well. We're going to remember TOYIN SALAU, and like, we've got to figure out how we as a community can support Black women, because I feel like, you know, Black women are out here feeling unsupported. Okay. There we go. Now I think that was everything that I had. So please let me know what comes to mind when you hear this. If you are a Black woman, please let me know if there's anything that I can do to support you. I do know of some groups online on Twitch that could use your support, and I want to call your attention to them. First and foremost, we have Black Girl Gamers. They highlight Black women's voices specifically in gaming. I'm talking about gaming now because like, this is the sphere that I live in. Like, I'm a game streamer. So in terms of supporting Black women in gaming, if you want to support Black women in gaming, if you're looking for some Black women in gaming to support, I really suggest that you link up with Black Girl Gamers. They just had a summit in partnership with Twitch for about 3 or 4 hours on Saturday. It is the pinned tweet on their page. Honestly, I only caught the end of it. I still need to watch the first like 2.5 hours. I don't want to play it here because that's their content. They own that. But again, like, please support them. You can find them on Twitter at Black Girl Gamers. Also on Twitch. I think they're black girl. Yeah, they're also black girl gamers on Twitch. And they are streaming right now as we speak.
Like not shield, but like armor.
They are very, very active. There is also another group of black gamers, black women gamers online that I'm asking you to support. Brown Girl Gamer Code, or Black Girl Gamer Code, or is it Brown Girl Gamer Code? Yeah, Brown Girl Gamer Code. This is a community of black women and women of color in gaming and tech striving for equity and representation. Please follow them as well. You can find them at Brown Girl Gamer Code. Hold on, how am I not even following them? Okay, well, now I'm following them. Gotta practice what I preach. Follow Brown Girl Gamer Code. I don't know if they have a Twitch channel. Looks like they do. Do I follow them here? Yes, I do follow them here. Also check them out. I feel like I don't know of any other specific groups of black women on Twitch to support. I know a black woman named Cypher of Tier who has an organization called I Need Diverse Games. INDG. She's fantastic, and Cypher has raised several hundred thousands of dollars in these last couple weeks for various legal defense funds and bail projects related to Black Lives Matter. Please support her work by supporting her nonprofit I Need Diverse Games. You can find it on Twitter at I Need Div GMS. You can also find INDG on Facebook, Tumblr, and Instagram. There's a Twitch page. Please follow. They are at INDG on Twitch. Oh, man. This is not like what I've done right now. I feel like represents about like 0.0002 like percent of like what I feel like a person can do. Like it's not even really that helpful. But you know, hopefully it's a start. I just want it to be clear, like, you know, what we support here, what I support here, and what I do not support. I do not support misogyny. I don't support violence against black women. I don't support violence against women. And I do think that as men, we need to be better. And again, if there's anything that I can do to help anyone specifically, please reach out to me in a DM, or if I need to be challenged or corrected or anything, just I'm open to all of those conversations. Okay. I was talking for like a half an hour. Let me look over at this chat. I see Blood and Hope in the building. What's going on, Blood? Neo Ivan Gaming in here. What's up, Ivan? Thanks for coming through. We got AJ in the building. What up, Cam? Thank you for that host. Fuego Watermelon in the building. Welcome back. Rick Curo, what up? G Money, how you feeling today? Fuego. I want to know what you all have to say about what I've said. And like, you know, if there's anything you have to add to the conversation. I don't want it to just be a one-way conversation. But I do speak only for myself, so I can't speak for you. I'm just like checking everywhere to see if I have any alerts. Safe Fun in the building. What up, Safe? Rick says no Zoom. Microsoft Teams. You done with Teams? All right. Yeah, that is our question of the day that we'll use for later in the stream. Force in the building. What up, Cy? I'm sorry that I'm just now seeing your messages. I really just wanted to take that time in the beginning of the stream. You know, my mom started watching this stream, my stream, as of the last couple days. I'm also just thinking about, like, you know, I want to make sure that she knows how I feel, and I want her to be able to say, you know, that at least, you know, I said something. Like I tried to at least halfway, like, do something about what's happening. So that's the spirit that I came on today. Wow, and it's just 7 o'clock, so I just would have been going live now. How are we turning up for Juneteenth though? I'm not sure. I'm gonna put a bookmark in that and come back to that after I finish reading the chat. Blood and Hope says, oh my God, Cameron, horrendous, terrible story. Soycrates in the building. What up, Soy? AJ Jalavet says, damn right, speak. Thank you so much, AJ. If you have anything to add, let me know. I know some of my friends out here do have daughters. We all have moms. Some of us have sisters. I feel like, you know, it's one thing to talk about, you know, what's happening to us, but like we also have to show up for other people. Original Arrow, thank you so much for that sub. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Gaming Lion, thank you so much for that sub. G Money says it's a shame we live in a world where people think it's acceptable. Soycrates with the sub. Hold on, is this a gift sub bomb? Oh my gosh, Blood and Hope with 5 gift subs. Blood and Hope, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs going to Original Arrow, Gaming Lion, Soycrates, Queen Crisis, and Taya Claire. Welcome to the Headphone Gang, y'all. I really appreciate that, Blood and Hope. Thank you so much, y'all. If you got a gifted sub from Blood and Hope, please make sure you thank her. It's very, very generous. Throw some hype in the chat for her. Soycrates says, I get the fear some people feel socially that pressures them to not speak out about stuff that's normalized, but like now is not the time. It's never been the time to be too afraid to say something is wrong. Exactly. That's basically what I'm trying to do today. Like, I feel like what I'm seeing in these headlines is wrong. Like, I do not support it. I don't want anybody to think that just because I didn't retweet a tweet or you know, share vile content that I don't care, or I think it's okay. I think it's terrible. You know, I think it's terrible. And I will not share it. And I, like, you know. Skitsy Poo, how you doing? It's nice to see you, my friend. Skitsy Poo, if y'all don't know her, is a fantastic cosplaying streamer. She also does the gaming stuff too. We got a lot of friends in here. I'm gonna go through and just give everyone some shout outs once I get through this chat. But it's so nice to see you, Skitsy. She says, I get people filming stuff to like hold people accountable and let other people know, but yikes, some of the stuff that goes viral is just horrible to see. Yeah, and like in terms of the video that I saw, this wasn't a like I'm recording you to keep you safe. This was an I'm recording you and I'm mocking you. Melanie B says, I just found you on my recommendations and you are speaking facts. Thank you, Melanie. I appreciate you. Ariantre, I'm just talking about some disturbing headlines that I've seen in social media today. It's nice to see you. Melanie, you are not interrupting. Y'all are not interrupting. This is an interactive stream. Usually I respond to every line, but I was just in a place where I just felt like, you know, we just needed to focus. Pulse Crow, thank you so much for the follow. Hold on. I actually realized I'm not done putting these links in the chat. I put a link in the chat for Breonna Taylor. I put a link in the chat for RIAH MILTON. I also need to include one for Dominique Fells. Toyin, Salau. When people say their names, these are the names that we're talking about, and there are several others. It's not just the ones in recent memory. Okay. Don't want to forget to send that stuff in there. But Melly, you're never interrupting. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. Randy, what up? Bob G in the building. What up, sir? Ariantre, never heard of it exactly. So I don't know, I don't know why a lot of this stuff isn't getting shared. I know that like some of this stuff that's in social media, we're not sharing just because it's gross and we don't want to give people the clout and the likes and all of that. But I don't know why the news isn't talking about it. Or maybe there's just too much to talk about. I don't know. So I'm sharing it here. Cam says they changed the no-knock law, but they haven't charged the cops. They've not charged the cops responsible for killing Breonna Taylor. So we're saying her name, and that's why people are still marching around in her memory. Socrates says another name I'm not sure will come up that I hope we remember is Regis Korchinski Paquet. She was a Toronto woman. So I get Americans not knowing or speaking up, but her mother called asking to get mental health help for her daughter. Everything was going well until the police wouldn't let her family back in the apartment with her. And then she mysteriously fell from the balcony and died. Last thing they heard, she was calling for her mama, yelling help. We have to remember these stories. Thank you for letting us know, Soy. If you have a link, definitely send that to me so I can check it out. Blood and Hope says, use your voice, please. DJ Cocoa Butter, how you doing, my friend? It's nice to see you. You've been on my mind. I'm glad to see you here. Do shout out in the chat. Oh, okay. Yes, I recently followed these pages as well. I love their content. Yes, please follow them. Oh yeah, shout out in the chat. Thank you. Good idea. I'm like, what you talking about? You talking about for Black Girl Gamers? Follow these organizations, and again, like if any of you are in the place where you can donate, these organizations are accepting your donations. You can do that. That's Black Girl Gamers. Then Brown Girl Gamer Code. And we have members of our community in all of these groups. So you're also supporting people within this community that we also share together. Shout out Brown Girl Gamer Code. Black Gamers Rev says I'm on mobile and I can't see the stream, but I just want to stop by and say Black Girls Matter. Absolutely. Black girls matter. Black women matter. Black trans women matter. Just have to say it out loud, y'all. Who else? We were talking about I Need Diverse Games, which is Cipher of Tears nonprofit. INDG. You can click on the link and follow them. Like, honestly, you can host them. Like, you can do like pretty low barrier of entry things to amplify their voice, even if you were just a person that retweets their stuff. It's literally the least you can do, but at least you can say you didn't do absolutely nothing. I'm not trying to shame anybody, but you know, social media activism is largely performative. Okay. AJ says, what up? Good job informing. Sadly, I hadn't heard all of these. Ariantra says you did good, more than most. AJ says I support your words 100%, and you do have a platform. Keep it going. Original Arrow says I agree. As men, we need to hold each other accountable in all aspects of treating women with respect, starting with checking other men on toxic masculinity, and to learn to better communicate our feelings and emotions. Exactly. And you know what? I'm glad that you brought it up, Arrow. Because this is gonna be really hard for me to even say. I have to pause the music when I say it, but you actually reminded me of a point that I wanted to make that I kind of didn't remember to get to, and that kind of involves music. Because I feel like, you know, in my streams and in this community, you know, one of the things that, you know, we do here is like we like to listen to music, and like, you know, it's something that had been on my mind for some time anyway, just knowing that so much of the music that like I love to listen to is filthy and like just demeaning to women, and like especially demeaning to Black women as well. And like this is one of those things where it's like really hard to meet the standard of your ideals, because even though I know and I knew in my mind that it was wrong, and I'm not talking about like DMCA or the copyright stuff, but I knew that it was wrong to be sitting up here jamming to that music, knowing that a lot of the themes contained inside of it is toxic and just trash and just counterproductive to where we are trying to go with this society, if we're really just trying to listen to everybody's voice. You know, like the misogyny in hip hop and how hurtful and damaging it is to women is nothing new. And so, you know, I think, you know, I come online on Twitch and I say, okay, everybody come into my stream early. I want to talk about violence against Black women. I feel like I can't really have that conversation without talking about like things that I've done in the past, which are perpetuating that violence. And one of those things that I can say that I have done is by choosing to continue to play, you know, music that amplifies and glorifies those kinds of themes and that kind of disrespect. And so now it's also very, again, I'm just going to call it the way I see it. It's very convenient for me to be able to say that now, because we're in this place right now with Twitch and online YouTube and copyright law in the United States, where a lot of us are scared silly to use any copy written music in our streams. But I really think that even if we come back on the other side, I can't be the person who I say that I want to be and still create content where that kind of subject matter is you know, present, and then also claim to be trying to build an inclusive community. Like, that doesn't make sense even to me. And so, you know, this is where you all, I'm asking for your help, because you know, it's easy to talk, it's something else to do, but like we can't do that anymore. We can't, if we're gonna have parties and we're gonna have music, we can't listen to that music. We're gonna have to listen to other stuff, because otherwise, when Black women and when our friends tell us, you know, that we're doing things that's hurtful, or we're listening to music that's harmful, and we keep playing it, what does that make us? I mean, at some point we have to try and do something better. I feel like that's something small, but I feel like that's something that we can actually do. So I'm just putting this out there that, you know, as much, and it bums me out, and I hope that the culture of hip hop music changes. I'm not saying I'm banning the genre, but I am saying that I'm banning the content. I don't want to entertain any more of those songs or song requests in the stream. Again, even though it's totally a non-issue, because we're all DMCA'd away and like afraid to do it. And DFP, Female Phenom, I see you with this mega giant rate. Thank you so much. But like, I don't think that we should listen to that anymore in here. I'm scared to say like I don't ever want to listen to it, because that's like me saying, oh my God, I'm never gonna listen to a Migos song. Like, again, like I don't mean to point them out specifically, but I just mean that like this kind of subject matter is like prevalent and just all intertwined in so much of hip hop. But I just think that as it applies to this content, as it applies to our community, if you're gonna wonder, you know, why you're not hearing that anymore, that's the reason why, because I think that that's just something that needs to happen if we're going to move forward. So, you know, when we come out on the other side of DMCA, I will enthusiastically entertain your song requests that do not include music that refers to women, specifically Black women, in the negative, or is in any way demeaning to them, as identified by me and any woman who brings something that they don't like to my attention. I see things are happening in here. But that's something that I just need to take accountability for myself. So that's where I'm at. I don't know what happened. Thank you all for subscriptions. Honestly, I didn't come here for that. I'm not saying I'm not taking it, but like, I came here because something bothered me, and I saw a streamer who I love say that she was tired from the headlines today, and that she read too much. And I just felt like, you know, maybe we could talk about some of these things that are making some people I care about tired. So we rolling with no copyright, no copyright sounds for the future on that. Hey, thanks for the follows, y'all. Diamond Pig, what's good? I see you. So yeah, Original Arrow, once again, thank you so much for jogging my memory. Again, the comment that brought that last thread to my mind, Original Arrow said in the chat that men need to acknowledge our wrongdoings. We aren't perfect, but we need to do better by learning from our mistakes, listening to women, giving them space and not taking their space, adjusting our behaviors, and holding each other accountable. So y'all, please hold me accountable. No, we'll still have music, but it's gonna sound like this. It's gonna sound pretty, you know, chill. You know, we're not gonna be listening to music that denigrates women in here. We're just not gonna do that. Postcrow, thanks for the follow. Again, we are also saying their names. We're remembering their names today. If you've just joined the stream, we're talking about Breonna Taylor, who was murdered in her home. We are talking about RIAH Milton, a Black woman who was killed in Ohio a few days ago. We're talking about Dominique REM'MIE Fells, another woman who was murdered recently in the Philadelphia area. We're talking about TOYIN SALAU, a Black Lives Matter activist who also was recently murdered. And we're just talking about all these random shitty videos going around social media, you know, demonstrating utter disrespect for Black women. I do not appreciate that content. I don't support it. I do not share it. I don't want to see it. I don't think it's funny. And again, I'm just saying it publicly. No one has ever shared anything like that in our community, but if it were to happen, that would be met with an immediate ban. Whatever being banned from here means. Like, and just to say more than that, like, I can't mess with you, like, publicly as well. So that means, you know, don't pull up to me at the convention as if you would want to, but I'm just saying, like, I will not associate with you if this is the content that you are sharing, or if this is how you are acting. I will not mess with you, like, period. So yeah. AJ, thank you for following Black Gamers or Black Girl Gamers, Brown Girl Gamer Code and INDG on Twitch. Blood and Hope says, even as a woman, I have to say I listen to a lot of misogyny too. It's so normalized. Socrates says, I just don't know what's the first step of getting people to want to combat the problem that isn't squarely in the hands of men admitting there's a problem in the first place. Women are dying. Black, indigenous, people of color, women especially, in ways we can stop if men didn't act blind to it. But that blindness is the hardest shit to address because so many people feel innocent in their ignorance. Well, I see it. Like, I'm here saying I see it. I see exactly what you're talking about. Like, so this is a recorded medium. I can't show up a year from now saying I have no idea what you're talking about. I see exactly what y'all are talking about. And again, if any of you feel like I can do things, there are other things that I can do in advocacy. I'm not saying you have to tell me what to do, like, and that, or that it's your job to tell me what to do. But if there are other things that I can do, please let me know, if you are so inclined, because I do see the need for something to be done. Like, oh, I didn't know all the time, or oh, is it really that bad? I've never seen that happen. How do we rip off the blinders? Kopasu, thank you so much for your sub, by the way, 16 months. I see you, Female Phenom, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid. I'd like to welcome everybody coming over here from the DFP Army. We're talking about supporting Black women. The Female Phenom is definitely a Black woman. She creates content. You can actually just support her. I've thrown a link in the chat. She is a streamer. She has boundless energy. How is the stream today? Arrow says yes, yes, yes. Every little action will help build an overall change. Nom Nom Ninja, what's up? How you doing? Happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for coming through. Bel K, I see you. Thank you for the Phenom raid. Blood and Hope says the misogyny in music is present not just in hip hop, though. Rock music does it as well. Well, we're not gonna listen to that either. I see Lady is here. How you doing, Lady? Happy Wednesday. Female Phenom, how are you? Blood and Hope, thank you so much. I think you dropped more gift subs up in here. Thank you so much for those 5 gift subs going to Post Crow, Melanie B, Oliver Moose 1, Steffi the Unicorn, and oh my God, it's Riley 5. Thank you so much for your generosity, and welcome everyone to the Headphone Gang. Female Phenom says, hey, good evening, everyone. Hi, Nom Nom Ninja. Lady Mac 16, how are you? Thank you so much for coming through. Cool Steeler says, this boy said Black women matter. Black women do matter. My mom is a Black woman. Many of my friends are Black women, excuse me. And like, honestly, in terms of these streams, I would love to be a part of a group specifically of Black men who like are looking for ways to support Black women, like publicly, and like trying to get younger Black men to do it with us. So I do think it's necessary. We're out here getting dragged, and rightfully so. Female Phenom says, love you, Jermaine. Love you right back. Melanie says words have power, so we have to make sure which ones we use. Same goes with music. We need to pay attention. Diamond Pig says, this is the first time I've seen Jermaine swear on stream. Well, I mean, I'm not a saint, y'all. I be swearing. Promise. Just try and choose better words sometimes, but yeah, I get upset, or like even when I'm just kicking it, like, you know, I'm not perfect. But But again, if there's anyone here who has something to say, like, you know, again, like, I can't speak for any person who is a black woman. If there is a black woman who has something to say and she would like this airtime, please let me know. I will get you into my Discord. I will put my mic on mute, and I will turn it over for as long as you need. But I do just want there to be a record made about how I feel about these things and what I feel is acceptable. I'm good, but I was angry when I saw that video with the dumpster. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't know. Okay, it looks like I'm caught up. Yo, GB Kid, how you doing? So, I guess I just wanna, this is an important conversation and I don't want to rush my way through it. And I also don't want to miss out on the benefit of your ideas. So does anyone here have any ideas about things that we can do to support black women? Like, or to amplify their voices, or to, like, is there anything that we can do you know, and I guess it's an open question. I guess I'm not expecting the answer to come immediately or even within the confines of this broadcast, but I guess what I'll say is if any ideas come to mind, please hit me up. My DMs on Discord or Twitter, or you can snap me, really anywhere that you see me, just hit me up and let me know. And I'm going to consider this conversation open, just like our conversation about Black Lives Mattering is an open conversation that we have and will return to anytime that we need to. I think I'm going to leave this conversation open as well. So, you know, I think that we absolutely have to. So it says, personally, I'd say read black women journalists, listen to their stories, talk about their ideas with your friends, especially white male friends, to the point where they don't feel comfortable pushing black women out of their, so Soy, it's so interesting because I actually had planned to read this article here on Zora. You bring up Zora. I told y'all I was doing a deep dive on, because I wasn't really aware what had happened today. I had to sort of go online and find out. And one of the things that has come up, yeah, and I was thinking, like, should I honestly like read this woman's think piece about J. Cole not reading The Room with black women? Zora is, I guess it's a magazine on Medium that's written by black women. I'm new to this, so I'm just learning and educating myself about Zora, but there is a woman here. She's a black woman. She's a writer. Her name is Morgan Jenkins. She's written this piece today about J. Cole. He released a song yesterday. I haven't even heard the song yet, so I really can't join this discussion. But I can put the link to this article in here. I can let you all know that Zora exists. I can ask you to read Zora and read the thoughts and opinions of black women, listen to them in their streams, and like take their listen to their experiences and believe them the first time. Don't make them tell you 18 times. This is zora.medium.com. You can bookmark it. Like, we have to do better. We have to actually like seek out some of this stuff. Forget it. I'm just gonna read it. It's not that long. It's 7 minutes, y'all. If I bore you to tears, oh well. Recently, a 19-year-old woman with twists around her head and a sweaty face spoke into a microphone during a Black Lives Matter protest in Tallahassee and said, "I'm gonna die by my effing skin," as a way to exude pride in her blackness, in spite of how much she's been profiled. In spite of the rounds of applause, she continues to speak about the white Tallahasseans who target Black locals, including her brother, who was, quote, run over. Her name was Oluwatoyin SALAU. An activist, SALAU tweeted just several days prior to this moment about a sexual assault before she had gone missing. This past Monday, her body was found on a road, and the suspect is now in custody. And the suspect now in custody is a Black man. Her untimely murder sent shockwaves throughout the internet. SALAU was a dark-skinned Black woman who was also home insecure. So that means that she like didn't have a stable home. She may have been homeless or in and out of like shelters or things. She deserved more. But before we had enough time to grieve, there were other dark-skinned Black women who may not have died, but suffered a social kind of death in that their humiliation became fodder on social media. In Washington, D.C., a Black woman was tossed into a dumpster and cried amid the filth while a group of Black men laughed and recorded on their phones. In Harlem, which is my neighborhood, where I live, another Black man smacked a girl with a skateboard for allegedly refusing his advances. So what that means to any younger folks in here was that he was trying to holla, she wasn't here for it, and he got mad and hit her in the face with a skateboard. She lied on the ground motionless while the attacker's friends laughed. This week isn't over yet, and we've seen 3 examples of Black women's autonomies, lives, and bodies be destroyed or violated. But the worst part of this soul-draining episode is that instead of us having heartfelt yet well-trodden discussions about misogynoir, so that word, if y'all don't know what it means, as I understand it, means violence specifically against Black women, misogynoir. Instead of having heartfelt yet well-trodden discussions about that within our own community, a renowned rapper by the name of J. Cole decided to interject with a new song that exposed the recklessness with which Black men act and react without doing the necessary labor first. In Snow on the Bluff, J. Cole raps about a woman who is more intelligent than him, who is trying to spread consciousness to other Black people, though not in the manner that he likes. He thinks she acts holier than thou, quote, "Instead of conveying your holier than thou, come get us up to speed." And that she should be more gentle with those who may not know as much as her. Quote, "I would say it's more effective to treat people like children," end quote. Immediately upon its release, people speculated that J. Cole was talking about No Name, the Chicagoan rapper, poet, and record producer who expends much time on Twitter educating others on capitalism and radical Black politics. Though J. Cole created a thread in an attempt to uplift No Name and admit his shortcomings of being ignorant, his words, much like his recent song, have severely missed the mark. If No Name is in fact the subject of J. Cole's song, then it would be wise for him to catch up on the reading that he has admitted that he has not done. So y'all, I'm over here reading these articles and telling y'all about these things because I'm trying to do my own reading. We have to do our own reading. Pull out quote, in a time where black women are putting their bodies on the front lines of protests, is this now the time to ask black women to be more civil? That's a rhetorical question for us all to think about. Black women are putting themselves on the front lines of our protests, but a lot of black women are also essential workers in our healthcare system, putting themselves in between coronavirus and a paycheck. No Name has her own book club where she hosts events and sells merchandise by and for black authors. She's also 28 years old, several years younger than J. Cole. She's been doing the work through tweets and community programming to catch us up to speed. So this begs the question, where has J. Cole been? This is the same rapper who defended XXXTentacion, the now deceased artist who was charged with aggravated battery of a pregnant woman, domestic battery by strangulation, false imprisonment, and witness tampering. This is the same man who rapped in Lights Please that he posits himself as an educator for women who he sleeps with but considers unintelligent. This is his pattern, but now more people are beginning to see that the emperor does not have new clothes. In a time where black women are putting their bodies on the front lines of protests in a time where black women are putting their bodies on the front lines of protests where people are being blinded by rubber bullets, beaten with batons, and tear gassed in the face by police officers around the country, is this now the time to ask black women to be more civil? Would J. Cole petition for black men to be more civil to white people whose feigned innocence and ignorance have wreaked havoc on our communities for centuries? His suggestion that people should be treated like children is absurd coming from a 35-year-old man. We should not be infantilizing adults. Adults, unlike children, have the willpower and the volition to choose their time however they want, and this includes reading and education. In the famous words of James Baldwin, how much time do you want for your progress? Black women have been overextending our mental and physical capacities to ensure that other people can see our humanity and how our freedom is inextricably connected to everyone else's. It is not our responsibility to coax others when our politics and actions are between life and death. J. Cole has been heralded by many as being a rapper who got a #1 album with no features. It's a running joke in certain factions of Black Twitter that his fans will never let you forget this achievement. There are those same stands who attempted to gaslight, these are the same stands who attempted to gaslight me the night of his song's release that I didn't understand his message, or that perhaps he was speaking from another perspective, despite the fact that he uses first person in his song. It's demonstrative of how much intellectual bandwidth men are given without having done the work. It's demonstrative of how much women like myself are considered to be too unintelligent to assess a man's brilliance. This is how misogyny reinforces itself even in casual conversation. Black women are silenced after having done the groundwork, and even when we aren't, we are bulldozed over by other people who do not have half the erudition that we do. Erudition means like smarts or intelligence, if you've never seen that word before. I had to look it up. I do not know why J. Cole decided that this was the time to release this song, but nevertheless, I hope he takes the massive waves of criticism as valuable so that he can read more books, refrain from expecting anyone to nurse him like a child, to be more aware of those unlike himself, and most of all, devote some time to self-reflection. In the meantime, it's okay to be silent. Black women have had much to mourn in this time alone. We are enraged and saddened by the mistreatment of our sisters. Do not fight for civility. Fight for us through whispers and screams, through contentment and lividness. Fight for us like we fight for you. So this article is on Zora.medium.com. The author's name is Morgan Jenkins. You can find her on Twitter. if you want to read more of her own specific writing, I'm going to follow her right now. You can find her on Twitter very simply at Morgan Jenkins. I asked what we're supposed to be doing, and she really answered it in that last paragraph. There's the link. I'm putting it in the chat. So that's where we are. Nom Nom says, thank you for using your platform and voice to speak on these current issues going on. Lady Mac says, I think also just continuing to shout out Black women who are content creators and sharing their work helps to amplify their voices. That is a great idea. I know, honestly, of several Black women who are content creators whose voices we can amplify. Twitch is the network that I spend most of my time on. So honestly, I'm just gonna give y'all a list because I can honestly just do that right now. So in terms of folks who are streaming currently right now, we have Pleasantly Twisted. We're on the same stream team. We're not gonna listen to Coca-Cola ads, but we are gonna give a shout out to her. Pleasantly PWSTD. She is a Black woman. She knows she's a Black woman. She streams all the time. She also is a fundraising machine. She raised I can't remember exactly how much for St. Jude, but it was in the 5-figure range. And you can support her content now. I've already mentioned Black Girl Gamers, but I'm going to shout them out again. Who else is streaming? There's KLB Media. Pleasantly Twisted is streaming Code Vein right now. And KLB Media is, oh, hold on. I think my shout out command's on cooldown. Media is streaming Last of Us. There we go. Who else? Lady Kaylee. I'm so happy that she popped up. She also makes content on YouTube. Honestly, again, if you hear some of these stories that I've shared with y'all today and you didn't know that this kind of violence was happening against Black women, and you feel some type of way and you just want to support some Black women, like, honestly, one of the easiest things that you can do is just follow these ladies, even if you do nothing else. Like, thanks for that. You can just follow these ladies. You can follow them on social media, and you can honestly just retweet their tweets and just amplify their voices. And like, you don't even have to say or do anything. Like, that's a way. Honestly, you're doing. Want to be clear, you're doing the bare minimum, but it is something that you can do. And then you can at least say, well, I did something. I at least thought about it halfway. Somebody asked me to do something and I heard I did something. Like, these are things that you can do. Like, you've heard my voice, so you can't necessarily say you didn't know. KLB Media, Karma Kills. How you doing today, Karma? And Phoenix Lee Diva, thank you for the follow. Welcome here. KLB Media is streaming. Lady Kaylee, again, another great Black content creator. She is a woman. She makes YouTube content as well. She also has tips for how you can improve your streams if any of y'all are doing that. There's also, I love her streams. Shout out to Queen C. I love her streams. She's fun. I hate these ads. I wish I could just like show. Actually, hold on. Let me mute this. There we go. And then these ads can go on. QV EENCEE. There you go. Make sure you check her out. She does Sims content. She's streaming right now. Looking for Black women. Shout out. Anyone else streaming right now? I have plenty of others. Ruby, our friend Ruby, is streaming. You can follow her and her content. Again, she's got you with Overwatch right now, but she plays all kinds of games, and she does just chatting streams, and she does like mental health awareness content as well. So there's great variety of content that you can find as well with some of these folks. She doesn't have her face cam on right now, but she is out there streaming. Queen C is streaming Sims right now. Ruby is out here in Overwatch. Anyone else online? Janae Benet, absolutely. She just wrote a book. If you want to support a Black woman who's a content creator and an author, you should absolutely support Janae. She's playing Minecraft Dungeons right now. There she is, her thumbnail. She wrote a book about how to become like I think the subject of her book is about how to become like a journalist, game journalist. She also is out here making content, some Black women for you to support. There's also my friend Tanya Cipher of Tier. Let me make sure that I can't remember if her name has an underscore or not. Of Tier. No, I don't think so. Nope. Okay, so make sure you follow Tanya. Honestly, she's a machine. She does so much work in terms of representation and just highlighting issues. She is a very, very, very important voice in our community, and we need to protect her. So you should absolutely click that link and give her a follow. Really, if you follow no one else. Geez, I wish I had like just a list. Let me go through. Yep, I see more. Source Demal. She's representing console streamers, another Black woman that you can support. Amplify her voices. She is a prolific tweeter. You can definitely help by just liking and retweeting and helping her, get her voice out. She's out here on Twitch at Source Demal. She's been in here before. I'm really just trying to focus first on folks that are in our community that I know, who I've met personally. I'm just going through my Discord list right now. Y'all just give me a second. It's taking me so long. Our friend Gamer Rising, a member of our community here. I know she would appreciate and love your support. Again, if you're looking for Black women to support in gaming, she is a really great channel that needs your support, and a member of our community here, and a good friend of mine. Please click that link. Consider following her. Follow her on her social media. All of these folks could use a bump and could use some attention and some shine. And honestly, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I can think of I know that there's probably like tons more content creators that are out there. Maybe what I'll do is try and get a list together. Yeah, that's a to-do. I could get a list together and like put that out somewhere in Discord or on social media. I don't know what this link is, but I'm scared to click it. Don't click that link, y'all. I don't know who that is. Like, I really don't know who that is. Yeah, thank you, DNH. Sorry, I just turned y'all music off. It's probably lifeless in here. But I just think that, sometimes when you're talking about serious stuff, it should sound serious. Okay. Let me go back to this chat and read your comments. So yeah, I did that because Lady Mac suggested continuing to shout out Black women who are content creators and sharing their work helps to amplify their voice. There are some mega black women content creators. I say mega just in terms of the size of their platforms. I'm talking about ladies like Miss Ash Rocks, who I'm shouting out here. I'm talking about Mira. I'm talking about Story Mode Bay and Cup of Noodle. Okay. Did those all go through? Source, Gamer Rising, Mira, Story Mode, Cup of Noodle. I love this. I love this. I like seeing these names. Arrow says, my partner is a part of a grassroots org and they occasionally hold meetings. The men and women split up. The men then talk about their behaviors, issues, and work on their toxic masculinity together in order to do the work themselves. That is the energy. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Soy says, also unrelated, but they do have bomb music recommendation lists a lot of the time. You talking about Zora? Lady Max says, maybe even creating or joining up with other black content creators, male or female, and amplifying each other's voices. Use Just Chatting streams as a way to talk about issues affecting our community. I think that's a great idea, Lady Max 16. Thank you for offering that. I am a member of the Cookout, which is an organization made up of Black, Indigenous, and people of color who all create content online across, Mixer, YouTube, Twitch, and all of those places. And we try and do a lot of that stuff. It's a volunteer group, and I think that we can definitely do more. I also know there are groups out there like Black Gamers Rev. You have People of Color and Play over there in England. Again, Black Girl Gamers does so much of this work. We have a lot of community organizations who are like making space for these conversations. But I'm just going to be honest, a lot of the trouble, speaking as a person who's just a member of one of these groups, I am not a leader, I'm just a member. But one of the issues I see is that, honestly, poor behavior rates, like people, like, it's sad for me to say this, but like, I came online today because I'm mad because there's this video going around where a Black woman was thrown in a dumpster, and like that video will get shared on social media like 10 million times more frequently than our community groups conversation about, ending misogyny and misogynoir online on Twitch or, in social, and like it's, I mean, I know that this is the world that we live in and that's just how it is, but like, it sucks to me. Like, it sucks that, the important stuff just does not get people's attention in the same way. People's eyes glaze over. It doesn't mean that we should stop trying. But it's hard, especially on these gaming streaming networks like Twitch, where so much of the content that we find here is distraction, like, or escapism, to put it a different way. It's a certain kind of personality, and I'm speaking only for myself. It's a certain kind of personality that's going to come online on Twitch after you've worked all day, who wants to sign up to do this work. So that's why I'm thankful for you all for like even being here with me while I stumbled through it. But like, that's the uphill battle that we have, like in dealing with this, like that, folks would rather, turn up or, I don't know, just conduct business as usual. In my Discord, we're getting to the point now where some people are tired of hearing about these protests, for example. We're talking about Black women today, so I don't in any way really want to talk about the greater Black Lives Matter movement. But, there's fatigue. People get fatigued. They only want to hear about it for so long. We're fighting against that. So again, like if there's any ideas that folks have about how we can keep bringing this up and keep it fresh, like, because a lot of times I feel like maybe when we have these conversations, we don't even have the right people in the room, because the people who are here already kind of know what we're talking about. Maybe, you know, it's like, how do we get other people in the room who maybe could benefit from the conversation? I'm just thinking out loud. Nom Nom said that was a very well written piece. Yeah, she killed it, didn't she? Again, her name is Morgan Jenkins. If you did not catch the shout out to the Medium piece that I read that she wrote today, I'm gonna put another link in the chat. And she's written an essay collection called "This Will Be My Undoing." So, and she lives in my neighborhood. I've never met her. Maybe I'll meet her one day. And I'll have to give her like $15 for reading her piece in my stream without her permission. Hopefully she doesn't mind. But yeah, please check out her writing and the writing of other Black authors who are really breaking down for you what's happening to Black women authors, excuse me, who are breaking down what's happening right now in society to Black women. Because I can't tell you I'm not a Black woman. So that's why ultimately I will have to shut the hell up and somebody else sit in somebody else's stream. And that time is quickly coming, by the way. So it says powerful read, super concise for a huge topic. Eros is very powerful. Bunch of shout outs. Post Crow says, I feel like I'm at a loss for how to address the Black men in our community who just refuse to learn. Like, even from just me arguing with other Black men the other day regarding defending Black women following young Toyin, Toyin, there we go. Following young Toyin's murder. Some opinions coming from these ignorant men are disgusting and unmoving and only amplified by the people they choose to hang around while they block everyone who disagrees. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you either. Like, or I don't know what to tell us either, I guess is what I'm trying to say. All I know is that, again, like, I can say who I want to hang out with and who I associate with. And so, like, again, like when we get back to convention life and we start rolling around these conventions deep, like, you know, I can't wait to walk around with most of y'all, but some of y'all, I will not entertain you in my space. You know, I'll make that clear, I guess, you know, before then, who that is, who that applies to. But I think that that's the first part of it, is that, you know, for those of us who feel like a line in the sand needs to be drawn, we need to truly draw it, and we need to cut off all association with some of these dudes, with all of these dudes who are keeping these behaviors going, or, you know, continuing to engage in that way. I think that that's something that we can do. Like, we can unequivocally unfollow these social media accounts. We can choose not to share any of this content, which I'm sure, you know, we're not already. And again, like, we can completely disassociate with these brothers. And I call them brothers because it's not like we can excommunicate them out of the Black family. As a matter of fact, like, while we're still distant and like not associated with them, we still have to figure out exactly how we're going to reach out to them. And what's the word that begins with an R? Remediate, or relearn, sort of, you know, we have to show, demonstrate, and like whatever, just a better way to behave and act. And we have to expect it, and we have to make it so that there are like legitimate social consequences to when you don't carry yourself this way. Like, you know, you won't have any friends online, nobody wants to play games with you, you're not welcome in anybody's Discord, you can't pull up to the cookout, your music is not getting played, you know, on my website. Whatever it is, like, we have to make it clear that we're not messing with you. We have to like make it socially uncomfortable to have that kind of personality or to be that kind of man. Like, and that's a tone that we have to set. All the shout outs. It's hard to find out how to get people to have those moments where they suddenly want to try and make things better. Sometimes you'll know someone you really care about and they just look at the world like, that's how it is, we can't change it, so don't try. Yeah, that attitude, we call it nihilism. Like this idea of like the world is crap, it's never going to get anything any better, we can't change it. In my Discord today, it came out as, you know, racism has been existing for thousands of years, we're not going to change it today. And I just think that we just have to ask more. We have to ask more from ourselves, and we have to ask more from our society and our leaders, because the bottom line is we decided we wanted to go to the moon one day in the 60s, and we did it within 10 years after that. Like, we can decide to do all kinds of things when our mind is made up. Oh, BZ, thank you so much for the sub, my brother. Appreciate you. We can do all but seriously though, I mean it. Like, I hope y'all don't think that I'm crazy for bringing up the moon, but like, we really did decide to go to the moon. John F. Kennedy made a speech. We were dealing with a Cold War and Russia, and Americans decided they wanted to go to the moon just because it was there and they could see it. Had no idea how they were going to make it happen, and they did it, I believe, within 10 years. If we decided that we wanted to figure out how to, if we can't end the misogyny and the misogynoir, butchered that word, that's present in our society, we could at least decide how to greatly decrease it. We could decide how to reform, you know, some of the themes in our music. We could at least have major conversations. We could certainly do more than we've been doing, I think. So I think that, you know, it's very easy to get, what's the word I'm looking for? Like swept over by just the sadness that comes with the reality of knowing that this is the world we live in, where what happened to Toyin happened to Toyin. You know what I mean? What happened to RIAH happened to RIAH. Like, what happened to these women happened. All of these women victimized. And like, we get sad that like, this is the world we live in and we feel like it's not gonna change, but we have to like honestly push through that, and just like, we still have to engage. But I just, you know, want to say out loud, anyone that wants to hide under the covers, you're not wrong for that, because these realities are terrible. I want to hide under the covers too, and please allow me to say, it all feels so much bigger than me. I don't know how to keep a woman in Florida, a state that I stopped visiting long time ago, like how to keep a woman safe in Florida. But I do know that I can at least say that like, this happened to her. There are people out here that since we're not talking about it and since we're not reporting it, there are some people who are so removed from all of these activities that it is as if that these things have never happened and that they don't exist. And so I think that's why we have to interrupt your regularly scheduled streams, and we have to talk about these things. Otherwise, we will just keep living in this world where the same shit just keeps happening over and over and over again. So yeah, I mean, as much as I like playing video games, it just feels irresponsible to play video games in this moment right now. Obese says we can't stop the conversation. Thanks for the hydrate, DFP. Appreciate you. So for those of you who may just be coming in. We're just saying their names. There's a Say Her Name campaign online, where we are putting into spotlight, or where Black women are asking us to put into spotlight and keep in the spotlight the names of Black women who have been murdered at the hands of police. But we're also taking this moment to stand against violence of all kinds against Black women and women, of course, but we're specifically talking about Black women today. I do not support it. It is not okay. I don't want to see it in social media. I don't want to hear it in music. If you're not up to date on what has happened recently, as I have not, I have a number of links here so that you can educate yourself. Please don't ask any Black women what's going on. They are tired. They are on break right now. You can do this work yourself because the internet works for everybody. Please, if you don't know what happened to Breonna Taylor, 27-year-old Black woman who was murdered in her home in Louisville, Kentucky in March, there is a link in the chat. If you don't know what happened to RIAH Milton, Black woman in Ohio who was murdered, there is a link in the chat. And you can also click on those links and find other links if you want to dig deeper. If you have never heard the name Dominique REM'MIE Fells, please educate yourself about this young Black woman who was murdered in the Philadelphia area. What day that it happened specifically? I can't find a specific date, but this is very recent. Excuse me. This happened on Monday, June 8th. Monday, June 8th. So 9 days ago, she was alive. If you don't know who TOYIN SALAU is and what happened to her 19-year-old life, I'm going to throw a link in the chat. All of these women's lives mattered. So we've been asked to say their names. Just one simple act, just to say their names. Because why would we be asked to say somebody's name? Like, because I have younger people in my community, speaking for my streams when we playing games. I have younger people in my community. And in my head right now, with what's happening with coronavirus and so many of our schools being remote only, I think of a lot of young people actually don't have a place to process through some of these things that's happening. So as a grown person, sometimes I feel like maybe I have to like talk about why this is a thing. Maybe I can't assume that everyone understands or gets it. So like, we're being asked to say these ladies' names because in the United States, you know, we have a very, very large country. There's like, I think like 400 million human beings in the United States. And, you know, 50 states, huge country, 4 time zones, and there's a lot going on. Honestly, there are whole channels that are just dedicated to business life in America. And there are whole channels that are just dedicated to sports. And there are other channels that are just dedicated to like Black culture. And there are other channels that are just dedicated to music. There's so many people in America that sometimes it's hard for Americans to stay up on what's happening to people who maybe don't look like me, or maybe don't live in my neighborhood, don't live on my block. And so, not just these last couple weeks, but honestly, since forever, there's been a recurring theme in the media and in life in America where Black women have been the victims of domestic violence in their homes. Black women have been the subject of violence in media, whether it's in music, but also just terrible violent acts against Black women that have happened by police, excuse me, but also again by people that they know. I mean, I'm sorry that I have to take it here, but I guess here we are. And I don't have the exact statistic, but I read somewhere once that like when it comes to Black women and violence, most of the time, any violence that she is experiencing comes from someone like in her home or like someone that she knows. So like, you know, it's really easy to sit up here and just, you know, complain about police abusing Black women, but then we have to look, Black men, I guess specifically, I'm talking to us, but we have to actually look in our own houses, like, and like, you know, look at the violence that's literally just present in our own homes, like, you know, that's happening domestically or perhaps in the apartment next door, or even, you know, what we tolerate in terms of how we allow people to speak to our moms and nieces and sisters. If like we can't use our imaginations to figure out how to make something that happened in Florida make sense, you know, in your day-to-day life, then just think about what's happening in your house. Anyway, so we're being asked to say their names, getting back to what I was talking about, because there is a feeling that their lives don't matter because this violence continues to happen. And, you know, the expected reaction of outrage isn't being realized. And so that's why we are asked to say their names. Very simply to say their names, because that's literally the basic, tiniest thing that we can do to like halfway kind of show that we give a crap about what's happening to Black women. So I don't know, y'all. Said a lot today. We've been going for 1 hour and 42 minutes. Sorry, I was just randomly clicking around the stuff. So that's where we're at. I said a lot today. Thank you for listening. I hope I wasn't being irritating, but again, like I do not support what I've seen in social media. I do not support it. I stand against it. It is not okay. And we should not have to be asked to say something about it either. So like, that's something else. Like, so if you want something to take away, I would ask you, like, the next time that you see something like this or you hear something about this, please don't wait for somebody to ask you to say something. Just say that it's not right. And let people know, especially your skeptical friends who don't think that these things are happening, share the links and let them know that it's happening. Be a source of information if you can. Don't share fake news. Share what's happening. A lot of times it feels like there's nothing that we can do, but sometimes there's a little something. You can always do a little something, like just a little bit. So yeah, that's that. Are there any questions? Are there any questions about anything that I've said? Or are there any comments? Are there any resources? Is there anything that comes to mind? Is there anything that I've said that didn't make sense that you'd like for me to explain? Is there a content creator, a black woman content creator who you would like to highlight, who you feel like we should shout out? Is there something that you just want to say? I don't want to monopolize the conversation. Thank you for this discussion. I'm happy you use your platform to spread this message. I got nothing. I'm just here to listen and try my best to support. Thank you, Diamond Pig. I appreciate you. And that honestly means a lot. That means a lot. Like, as we grow up, as we go from being boys to men, like, you know, we're supposed to fight toxic masculinity with our masculinity. So that means we have to show up and listen to these kinds of things so we can know how we can, you know, be useful. All right. Cool. So, are you all cool with leaving this discussion kind of open? I don't want to close this discussion because I feel like it's important. I want to leave it open so we can return to it, whether it's in Discord. XV Slim Shady says, can we speak freely here? You can absolutely speak freely. This is a moderated stream though. So what that means that if your free speech is offensive, it's going to be stricken from the record almost immediately. So I will hope that your free speech isn't going to be disrespectful or in any way offensive, especially not on a sensitive day like today when we're talking about, you know, it's a very sorrowful day with this subject matter. But absolutely, within those confines, we can absolutely speak freely. Toy says, I just want to say it's nice to hear these convos on Twitch. I'm in a lot of communities where it feels like I'm the squeaky wheel right now. It helps hearing gamers who want to do the talking, the work, appreciating what's going on. Sorry, y'all. There's a couple of hospitals not far, so sometimes there's ambulances that go by. My window is open. But yeah, Slim Shady, what's on your mind? And I need to be clear about this being a moderated stream because I'm not going to spend all this time talking about how we want to show up for Black women and then allow a platform where vile, non-life affirming content can be exhibited. I don't want to use my platform for that. So all right, I think they might be typing. Boy says, and I still feel like I haven't been squeaky enough. It's time. It is a time to be squeaky. It is. I feel that. I do feel that. Again, like just the bare minimum, the bare least that I can do. Oh, so I didn't play video games right when I said that I would because I wanted to talk about this thing. That's literally the least that I can do. There's so much privilege wrapped up in that statement. Just even being able to spend my time right now playing video games. So, gotta sigh. Gonna unpause our music a little bit. I'm gonna turn it way down though. Yeah, I'm all about the squeak too. I think now's the time to be squeaky. So again, these resources, I guess I'll put them in Discord so that they're there. But I want to keep this conversation. Hold on. I see y'all getting into it in Discord. Just because a conversation is uncomfortable doesn't mean it's not worth having it. Because like, it's one thing to have an uncomfortable conversation, but like, there are people out here who are living where this is their life, like, and it's not comfortable. So like, again, like that momentary discomfort of understanding or having to hear something that makes me feel guilty, I think that we can get past that. And like, I just think that that's what we're trying to do when we have these conversations in Discords and in timelines and whatever, like because a lot of this information is new to some folks, and there's like, you know, the gut reaction to deny that it's happening, you know, or you want to say, oh, it's not happening everywhere, or those people should just be quiet. But you know, that's like your discomfort. We have to push past like that and hear people and their experiences if we ever want things to get any better, and we all have to be willing to change if anything's going to get better. I respect what y'all are doing. Keep up the support. Thank you. Thank you for that. The reason why, look, today I really want to keep the conversation to black women, but when it comes to Black Lives Matter, you know, again, like all lives matter is just taking away from the conversation. So it's just off topic. To put it succinctly, it's just off topic. Right now we're talking about women. When the conversation is Black Lives Matter, we're talking about Black lives. Period. Okay. So, she says I didn't get into a fight. It's fine. I mean, you good. Here's the thing, like, sometimes we just have to go through it. Just have to go through it. Just because a conversation is heated doesn't mean that that conversation can't continue. I would be heated too when we're talking about people's lives getting taken. So I have a feeling, you know, this year, 2020 is one of those years that's like a really just important year socially. We will be talking about these things more, I believe. We're having the firefighters spray the houses that are on fire, not all houses, even if your house matters too. Exactly. That's it. That's it. Very simply. And like, you know, feel like whenever we have this conversation, we're going to say that really about one day, because to the All Lives Matter set, you know, please do your research. Y'all know why we're not talking about all lives, or you should know at this point. You don't need a person who's already busy to tell you. DaFemalePhenom says all lives will matter when black people stop getting killed because of their race and are treated like human beings. Thank you so much for offering your perspective, DFP. Unibrow, hey Jermaine, I love the conversation you're having right now. As a black creator, what do you think the Twitch community as a whole can do to support black female creators? I feel like they are the most rare streamers I see on Twitch. Well, the first thing that we can do, as I've been told, honestly, there are black female creators in here right now. So I guess the first thing we can do is like listen to them. And again, if anyone here would like to get onto Discord and take over this stream and speak your mind, we can do that. In the absence of that, what I've been told in this broadcast today is that we can publicize and promote their streams, their content, and their profiles to increase the awareness that they are out here and on the platform. I do know of a bunch of streamers. I don't want to be the gatekeeper in between like how you get to black women streamers, but I know of lots of them via being a member of the Cookout. So you can look at my timeline if you want to see who I'm linked to, who streams. I mean, there's tons on my Twitter. I've gone through and shouted out several in the chat today. When we have our friend DaFemalePhenom right here, she was just in the chat. But again, what's the original question? Unibrow. By the way, Unibrow, nice to see you today. Happy Wednesday. As a black content creator, what do you think the Twitch community as a whole can do to support black female creators? Honestly, so I for one would love it if like we as a community just got together maybe 1 week or 1 month and we just all decided we're only rating black women, like, or because so much of inequality comes down to like things that you can measure. And like, so like, what do I mean when I say that? Like in the real world, in America, what matters? Opportunities and money, right? Like when we're talking about writing inequality, that's measured in like dollars a lot of times. On Twitch, our currency is it's people. It's, you know, having people in your stream and in your broadcasts. So I think maybe, and again, I am not a black woman, so I'm only speaking for Jermaine and just using my own imagination, but I cannot speak for any black woman, but just speaking for myself and using my own imagination and listening to the comments that have come up in this broadcast, I think that we can literally, we can make it a choice. We can decide, like, you know, okay, I have been promoting these content creators over the last however long, and now, you know, this week I'm only promoting these creators. I'm saying out loud that this is what I'm doing. I'm asking my community to do the same. Those of us with communities and platforms, we can ask our communities to do the same. I think that is very powerful. I think we can also ask our communities to do this kind of work. We can ask them to decry the violence against black women. I would love to see a timeline full of those tweets. People like foaming at the mouth, pissed off and angry about this violence that's happening. I think that, you know, we can also, again, I'm just like speaking off the top of my head, you know, I think that Twitch does a good job of like highlighting Black History Month and like what black people are doing, but maybe, you know, if we're listening, maybe there's a need to specifically like have a time where we only are highlighting black women, just because this is the time where we're highlighting black women on our platform. That might be helpful. Okay, chat is doing things. Unibrow, thank you for that question. But I think that black women are some of the rarest streamers on Twitch. And that's why, again, if you ever hear, again, I don't think any of us really have those friends that say women don't play video games or black women don't play video games. But if you ever hear somebody speaking that stupid ass nonsense out loud, like, we need to shut that shit down immediately. First and foremost, like, we're honestly not having those conversations anymore. We know that women play video games. That's dead. If you don't know that women play video games, you're living under a rock. If you don't know that black women play video games, you're living under a rock. If you don't know that black women stream, you are living under a rock. Oh, and also PS, if you don't know that black women competitively are just as good, women competitively are just as good, if not better, than men at any game, whatever stupid game it is, whether it's WoW or freaking Apex Legends or whatever, like, you're a fool. Like some of y'all just have to catch up. You have to just catch up and get with it. Y'all are out here acting brand new, and it's disgusting. And there's gonna be dudes like me who are we're gonna do a much better job of clowning you in public with your ignorance. That's one thing we can do, is absolutely clown the you-know-what out of you. Because you're being ridiculous. So I'm not gonna go there right now. Pulse Crow says, I believe that it's time that we as black men come together in our respective local communities to organize the other black men in our communities, specifically for the purpose of teaching about the concepts of womanism and misogynoir. I agree. Of course, physical local outreach is a little difficult in a pandemic, but there has to be a way to start laying the groundwork to unlearn bad behaviors and mentalities. Yeah, I hear that. And like, again, like, we have to do it. Like, ill stuff that, like, you know, we might have picked up from our dads or our brothers or picked up in media, we have to like unlearn. And like, and I think for some of us it has to be public. We, you know, because there are people looking up to some of us, like, even if we feel like they might not be. You never know who looks up to you. You'd be surprised. So I just feel like we have to model it, we have to show it by the way that we carry ourselves. So you know, Slim Shady, I'm gonna ask you to go on ahead and fire up that Google machine, because I don't know, this line of inquiry here that I see in this chat is tired. Folks have been walking around and marching now for weeks. Female Phenom, you're coming in? Absolutely. Here, let me send you a message right now. Oh my God, yes. Yes, I'm so, just first and foremost, thank you so much. Hold on. All right, I'm sending you this link right now via private message to get into Discord, and then you can go into the live channel, and I'm already giving you the permission to speak in there. We're gonna make sure your mic is up nice and loud too.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I got a little heated.
I was, and I want to say I apologize. I wasn't ignoring your request, but I was fixing dinner for these greedy boys, and at the same time I'm watching, and I am first. I know that you asked the question about what we can do for African American content creators, and I am going to touch on that. I don't want to hijack your show, second of all.
No, please, you have the floor.
I'm having a conversation with Slim Shady, and I want to say to you, friend, and I'm going to say friend because I love everybody. Slim Shady, at this point, at the state that our nation is in right now, white women are not being exterminated. White men are not being exterminated. You are able, as a white woman, you are able, or a white male, I don't know what your preferred pronoun is, so I apologize again. You are able to ride in a car down the street, or able to lose your keys and not be but not be targeted, or not be arrested and beaten, and assume that you're breaking in your home because you lost your keys and you're trying to get into your house. Um, there are, I don't know, just like Jermaine said, there you need to Google, and I encourage you to look up some videos. If you see a 98-year-old African American woman who is sitting on her porch, I encourage you to step on that porch and introduce yourself and ask her about what we have gone throughout these years from the beginning of time. So for you to make a comment about all lives matter, or for you to make a comment about how you have been targeted by all races, we have been targeted and we have been exterminated for years. You have had that happen to you, but congratulations, because you're still alive. Congratulations, because no one is going to dig up your picture on the internet and say that you got arrested or you were killed because you were doing something that you weren't supposed to be doing, other than being hunted and slaughtered by people who do not care about you. So before I want to say this too, and I'm not going to go back and forth with you, because at this point I feel like that you don't want to learn, you don't want to be educated, you don't want to understand. So what I'm going to say to you is that just what I just said, is to try to talk to people who are elderly, who have lived through Jim Crow, who have great grandparents or great grandparents who have been in slavery times, who have lived, because racism never went away. It never went away. Now there are just camera phones, or now there are just more letters being written in their social media where it has been seen and heard and looked at. So please do not say in a African in this. Please don't come into this King stream and talk about all lives matter. Number one, please do not get on social media and talk about all lives matter, because all lives does not matter to your counterparts. It does not matter to your counterparts. What they see, what your white friends and your white, whatever race that you are, or whatever race that you want to say that you are, I don't care at this point, because at this point, all lives do not matter to white people. All lives do not matter when we're walking down the street, when we're going into a convenience store, when we are just going into a store minding our business, and we're riding in our car minding our business. All lives does not matter. And until you have sat where I have sat, where you have talked to police officers who automatically have their guards up because of how they were trained, how their grandparents raised them, how their mothers and fathers raised them. You can't come into somebody's stream and preach that all lives matter, because that's not the case. And what I notice all the time is that when people say that, they're deflecting and they're trying to take away from the fact of what is happening to Black people right now. If you want to start a movement for your counterparts and defend your counterparts, if they are going through police brutality, you do it. But as for us, this is important to us. This is what we need. Black lives do matter to us, because Black lives are being taken from every Black person, every Black mother, every Black wife, every Black sister, every Black brother. They're being taken. So at this point, all lives do not matter. Do all Black lives matter? Yes, it does. Because our trans sisters are going through things. Our trans sisters are being exterminated as well, because they are Black and because of people's insecurities. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why you're saying that at this point. And I'm not being disrespectful to you to say that your opinion does not matter, but your opinion is ignorant. It's ignorant. And by ignorance, I mean that you do not want to take the time to hear what we need as Black people. You do not want to hear from us as Black people of what we are asking. You are able to get a job with 12 degrees or with none at all. We have to work 10 times harder. We have to work 10 times harder. We have to make sure. Do you realize that before I taught my son about sex, that I had to teach him how to make sure that he's presenting himself in front of police because he's Black? You can't possibly be listening, friend. You can't be listening. You can't be listening. So why what I'm trying to encourage, and I know that I cannot change the world, and I use my platform any and every day. But what I'm encouraging you to do is to try to educate yourself a little bit better. You can't possibly walk a mile in our shoes, because number one, you be tired and you wouldn't be able to handle what we have to handle. So at the end of the day, if you do not understand, your best bet is to be quiet and listen with your ears, not listen with the intentions to try to speak and answer any questions or any statements that we have, but try to listen so that you can be educated. That's all that I am asking. um and as far as, and I'm going to also touch on the Black content creators. Black content creators who are women, Black content creators have it hard. Have it hard. Have it hard. And Black content creators who are women have it twice as hard. And what I'm encouraging these kings to do, if you are in chats, if you see something in social media, if you see something that is at TwitchCon or at MixerCon, wherever, if you see someone, we need to be protected. Just like I'm going to ride for all of my people, no matter what. But I feel like Black women need to be protected. Black women need to be praised. Black women need to be put on a pedestal, because we're not getting that right now. We're not getting that. No problem, Slim Shady. I don't have a problem with speak, and I'm not angry with you. But it hurts and it irritates me when I feel like that is the first thing that's thrown out. That it's the first thing that's thrown out. That's deflecting from what our hurt and what we are going through at the moment. Um Also, we need to be protected, we need to be valued, and we need to be respected. That's a lot of things that I am not seeing within this gaming community. If you walk up to somebody and you tell them that you like anime, or if you tell them that you play games, their first reaction is, oh, well, what anime do you watch? Or what games do you like to play? Sims? That's not how you go about doing things. That's not how you go about. Black women play games too. Black women are content creators too, and we deserve to be recognized, not just for Black History Month, not for tragic events that happen within our community, but we need to be recognized 24/7, 24/7, because we work hard and we have to fight hard. As a Black woman and as a LGBTQ streamer, I have to work twice as hard. I have to fight twice as hard from trolls, from people who do not respect me, who do not love me. You understand what I'm saying? So before anyone can help me, I don't need help with my views. I don't need help with educational advice on my stream. I need protection. I need protection from these platforms. I don't understand why Twitch is able to count, to fight, or find DCMA copyrights, but you can't find that racist troll that made that account 5 minutes ago and shut it down so we can play our games in peace. We should be able to play our games in peace. We should be able to laugh and joke with our community, and it's hard. It's hard. And I'm sorry, I had to take a minute because um we shouldn't have to have these uh conversations. Right, Jermaine? We shouldn't have to have these conversations. We shouldn't
Absolutely
have
not.
to. For me, gaming is an escape. It should be an escape. It should be a tool to escape from the harsh realities that we have to go through. We got to deal with stress from our jobs. We got to deal. Nobody understands or nobody knows what we are going through in our households. There could be a battered woman on stream who is only getting the chance to play video games as a form of peace because she wants to get away from her mate. Somebody had a stressful day at work. They just want to come home and play video games because they had a stressful day at work. We should not have to go through the disrespect, and we should not have to go through having these conversations and educating adults who should have common sense and should have compassion in this world and in this platform and in this community, because this is a gaming community. Everybody plays games. Everybody should be treated equal. Everybody should not feel like they have to feel like they got to protect themselves in the street and protect themselves in a video game. Like, it's crazy. It's really crazy. And I see all of the tweets on Twitter about how we have all of these famous allies, but you know what my question is to them? After the dust settles, after our feet get tired from marching, after our voices are gone from screaming and shouting and begging and pleading, what's going to happen after that? What's going to happen after that? I sent out a tweet, I think the other day, because I'm doing, and I hope this is not self promoting, and I apologize, but I sent out a tweet about doing a virtual protest
July
on
4th.
stream.
That's what you're talking
And
about, July 4th?
yes,
Mhm.
and all of the people, and I'm calling people out, and I hope I'm not doing this something wrong on your channel, because I would damn sure do it on mine.
You're
But
fine.
I'm all of the people who were
It's your
standing
channel
up,
tonight. It's your channel.
all of the people who were standing up and talking about how they're going to ride for us and they're going to fight for us and they're going to be down to help us out in any way that they can. This is what we need help with. This is what we need help with. Donald Trump does not care about black people. And I'm going to tell you something too, white people. Donald Trump doesn't care about you either. That wall that y'all thought that he was going to build to throw our Latino brothers and sisters out, he didn't do anything but build a wall against y'all because he didn't want to be bothered. Are y'all being protected from the terrorists? And I'll say terrorists because that's a term for people who were trying to mess up our protests and who were trying to give us a bad look for trying to have our voices heard. Is he there to help you now? Donald Trump chose to start his campaign on Juneteenth, our Independence Day. July the 4th is not our Independence Day. It is not our Freedom Day. It is not our Independence Day. Juneteenth is our Independence Day. And for Donald Trump to do something that disrespectful and go to the location where the Black Wall Street massacre happened, and march and walk up and down the streets where our ancestors and our grandfathers' blood, sweat, and hard work, tears were blood stains are still in the street. And let's not forget that these brothers and sisters did not have a proper burial. They worked, they scraped, they scratched, they saved to make sure that they made a better way for their family.
Think we got a little lag spike happening here. Can you just rewind about 12 seconds and start again, because I think we had a little internet hiccup.
Okay. What I was saying is that Juneteenth is our Independence Day for African Americans. Donald Trump chose the disrespectful move to start his political campaign in the location on Juneteenth where the Black Wall Street massacre happened. And if nobody knows about the Black Wall Street massacre, I got time, okay? I'll give you a history lesson. Black Wall Street is a community of strong African Americans who scratched and saved and made businesses for themselves, made sure that they were able to work work for other people, but work for themselves to make sure that they were able to provide for their families. There were airplanes that came down and bombed people. There were people who were driving up in trucks who just sprayed the whole entire block, and it was a completely what's the term that I'm trying to use? I don't want to say ghost town, but it was ghost town after they passed away and they transitioned, but it was a massacre. It was a massacre. And for Donald Trump to do something that disrespectful and do that on that day and in that location, he's showing how much he cares. He's showing how much he does not care about us or anybody that we birthed or anybody that came before us. Donald Trump sets the tone for racism. He is at the head of this. And if nobody can see that, you're just as racist as he are, or you're just as misinformed as everybody else who's using the hashtag All Lives Matter. And I said that to say that I'm doing a protest on July the 4th. And I promoted it. Ruby Rose and I, another sister who's another streamer of mine, we are trying to get this thing together. And nobody who was standing up for us when everybody found out about the noise that we were making as far as George Floyd and the noise that we are making about racism on Twitch and YouTube and Mixer, everybody wanted to stand up. Everybody wanted to start hashtags to promote your Black favorite streamer, right? But nobody wanted to participate in this except for our people. And see, this is the issue that I have with allies. And I'm not speaking about all allies because I have friends who are other races who are out there with me marching, who are out there reposting this movement that we are trying to do. So I'm not talking about them. But what I'm talking about is the people who are using a PR specialist to tell them, oh, you need to move on this, or you need to do this so you don't look bad. That's who I'm talking to. These are the times that black women streamers or black women content creators need help from our allies. Okay? If you want to do anything to help us, if you want to do anything to make sure that we are protected or our voices are heard, this is the way to do it. This is the way to do it. We don't need you to showcase us in your Twitter thread that is going to get lost 6 weeks down the line or even 6 hours down the line. We don't need that. What we need is things like this. If you know that you are a white partner and you have access to someone who is on Twitch, you have access to someone who is on YouTube, why aren't you sitting in those meetings and saying, hey, this is what's happening to our content creators on this platform? They can't play the games in peace. They can't participate in multiplayer games without being targeted. This is what I need you to That's what I need you to do. I'm sorry, it probably got lost in the feed.
No. I'm just really just I'm giving you dramatic pauses, everything like like whatever you need. But honestly, that last point was honestly such a great one because even I forget about that. Like we need a safe environment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And even that we cannot count on every time we hit the go live button.
Yes. 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 Because we are targets everywhere. We're targets everywhere. Anytime that I have to and to give everyone a better visual or a better understanding of what I have to go through on a daily basis. I own a Dodge Avenger, tinted windows, fully loaded, not because of what I do for a living or what people think I do for a living. I am not your average girl. I like masculine cars. I like, masculine things, masculine looking things. To me, it makes me, not necessarily makes me feel strong, but I think it looks nice. I am constantly getting pulled over. My tags are straight. My registration is straight. My insurance is paid on time. I keep up the maintenance on my car. There's no broken tail lights, no flat tires. My window tint is at Maryland state standards. So why am I getting pulled over all of the time? Why, when my 15-year-old son is sitting in the front seat, they see two people sitting in the front seat, right? Because they can see through my car. Get down, Bubba. They can see through my car, but because they see an African American male in the seat and they see me sitting in the seat, they need to call for backup. They need to walk up to my car on the side where my 15-year-old son is with their hand on their service weapon. This is a problem. I had my son almost had an accident on himself because he does. And the thing that he said to me was, I don't want to die and I don't want my mom to die. I know what they did to Sandra Bland. I know what they did to Breonna Taylor. And this is a problem. So before you say that all lives matter, they don't. Not to these people. They don't. I have had conversations with cops, and I tell people all the time, I try to let them see a different side. I try to give them a way to see a different side. I went to my local police station and asked to talk to the shift commander. I asked to talk to the commissioner here in Baltimore, Maryland, and they took me around to talk to police officers, and they took me around just so that I can give them a visual of how they look to us and how we are seen, how they are seen to us. And nobody could understand why I felt the way that I felt, and their only response is, well, you guys are hostile, you guys can be aggressive, um I'm going to go home before you do. That's not the approach to take. That's not the approach to take. I have African American friends who are transitioning to be women, who are transitioning to be men, and they're scared to go certain places because they're getting picked on. They're scared to go certain places, or they're scared to look for love because that one person who wants to love them has ignorant friends who do not who cannot accept the fact that yeah, they were born as a male, but she's a woman now. So they're getting picked on, they're getting talked about, and then either they don't want the relationship anymore or they choose to kill them. So they're afraid to find love because of these stories. I feel like none of these stories that where trans lives are being exterminated, I feel like the investigations for them are being swept under the rug. I feel like nobody cares about them because they're black and they're trans. Nobody cares about them because oh, they brought this on themselves. That's not the way to be. That's not the way to be. All lives don't matter. All black lives matter all the time.
Thinking about you, you know, that image. I mean, for me, it's an indelible image because I'm familiar with it and I know exactly what it feels like. But you know, to hear you describe it, that officer on the side of your car where your son is with the hand on the weapon, like
Yeah.
back here, and it's a threat every time
Mhm.
because you don't know if it
Mhm.
you don't know if it's just going to be a routine stop or if this is going to be
Mhm.
one of the ones, you know, that ends
Where's
up.
your last?
And remember, we've literally all seen it in social media where a man was behind the steering wheel of his car, was pulled over by the police, his girlfriend sitting right there next to him. And I mean, we saw that video of that man lose his life on Facebook.
Yeah. 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 And it's ridiculous. And nobody no nobody who is not African American, who is not Latino, who is not Muslim, who is not Asian can possibly can possibly describe to you the hurt that they go through on a daily basis from Caucasians. And I don't know why no one chooses to get it. I don't know why they choose not to take it into consideration or say, well, you know what, I'll change. Um, I'm going to make that decision to change and love you and love you for who you are, not for what you look like. It just baffles me and it hurts. And it hurts to see, especially on these platforms. It hurts to see because I look at some of my brothers and sisters' faces when they're having a good time and they're playing a video game, and then someone comes in and stop it. And then someone comes in and someone says something racist or homophobic and racist. And you see all of the joy leave out of their face. You see all of the frustration enter their face. That should not be. That should not be. It shouldn't. And what I love about the fact that has happened during this is that we have came together. We have made it comfortable for for our African American brothers and sisters to be able to play Sims. Shout out to Mira for creating the Black Simmer and creating content for us. Shout out to Ebonix who have created content for us so that we're able to make Sims and have our Sims look like us. Shout out to the cookout, Denny Von Doom for creating a safe space for me and I'm pretty sure I can speak for everyone, creating a safe space for me to meet other people who are like me and sit down and play video games in peace. And shout out to Jay for the Black Girl Gamers, Melanin Gamers, Brown Girl Gamers Code. All of these organizations had to be formed because we had nowhere else to turn to. We had nowhere else to go. We didn't know who to play games with. or who really wanted to play games with us and not target us and not look at us like we are scum on the bottom of their shoes. And I hear this often a lot of times too. Well, why is it that nobody else can join? Are we able to join into your lobby and feel comfortable? Are we able to play Overwatch or Call of Duty or GTA with you and not be targeted? No, we're not. We're not. So that's why these organizations had to be started. And that's why these organizations had to be created. Because if they didn't, I don't know what would happen. I don't know what would happen.
That is an excellent point. I forget about these points myself, but it's so true.
Yep.
It's so true.
And it's like we feel safer around our own people. Do you know? And I'm a bisexual female. I'm African American. I get so excited when I can go into when I find a person of color streamer and a person of color who is from the LGBTQ community. And the reason why I get excited is because Aussie, stop. Is because I met somebody who is like me. I met somebody who I can enjoy and I can be in a safe place and I can possibly play games with them and not go through a whole bunch of hurt and hate. That's what people don't realize. We would like to expand our catalog of streamers. We would like to expand our catalog of people to watch. But what a lot of people don't understand is not only do we have to worry about the streamers, but we have to worry about their communities. We have to worry about the things that are being said in chat that the streamer chooses to overlook or their mods choose to overlook. And then if we say something, we're being aggressive or we're being combative. That's another thing that I that I wanted to touch on. That's another thing that I wanted to touch on. There's been numerous amounts of times that I have went into a Caucasian person's stream and I have sat there and loved them and enjoyed their content. And then that one viewer who has a VIP diamond beside their name says something that is not appropriate, that is homophobic, or that is racist. And now my entire outlook has changed. Now I don't feel safe. Now I can't enjoy them anymore because they choose to overlook that comment or laugh at it or even agree with them. Or even agree with them. I know it's extra work on your part, but will you drop a list of the content creators? Oh yeah. It's sad. It's really sad. And it is very frustrating, it's very hurtful, and it's very overwhelming. It's very overwhelming. And I think that a lot of times when, and I say this all the time, Aussie, inside voice. And Nathaniel will be back. I'm sorry. um, I say this a lot of times. If you don't see your Black content creators, especially female content creators, send them a message and check on them. Ask them how their day is going. Ask them how they're doing because there are a lot of times where we just need a break from the trolls, from the homophobic comments, from the racism. We just need a break, and it's a lot. And there are some days that, and I commend those streamers who are just like, you know what, I don't even care anymore. I'm just going to walk away from this and play games with my friends. I think they are powerful in a sense because they're choosing their mental health and they're choosing to be happy and they're choosing to not have to deal with this and they're realizing that it's not worth it. But then the people, what about the people like me or the people like Jermaine who have amazing communities, Mira, Ebonix, Story Mo Bay, all of Cup of Noodle, all of these amazing content creators who have amazing communities and have people who look for them, who might have had a bad day and they want to see their streams. We can't let them down. We can't let them down. So we have to keep going. We have to keep playing video games and keep streaming. But and it's hard. So another way that you guys can help is check on us and make sure that we're okay. Check on us and make sure that after that rough stream that we had with those racist botted accounts and um racist raids, check on us and make sure that we're okay. And send us word of encouragement. Say, you know what, I know you had a rough stream, but you're still amazing. I know that you had a rough stream, but those were lies that was being told to you. That would be appreciated as well. I have been blessed with an amazing community and amazing mods who know me very well. They know my children very well. And they know when I need a break. Sometimes they'll even tell me, you know what, you need to take a break. You need to regroup and try it again tomorrow. And I appreciate that. And they check on me and they love on me. That's what we need. That's what we need from our other content creators who are males. That's what we need from our other content creators who are people of color as well. Because we have to stick together. Nobody is going to ride for us but us. Nobody is going to stick up for us like we are. And nobody is going to take up for us but us.
You are so great.
You are amazing as well.
You are. You're just so great. I mean, the light that shines around you every time I'm around you.
Same. Thank you so much.
Every time I'm around you. I mean, I'm gonna just let you keep going.
I just want I was going to sit back for one because I have those conversations in my streams, and I tell content creators all the time there's a just chatting section in your stream for a reason. Use your platforms to speak your truth and speak out on what is happening, what is bothering you, because you don't know how much of a blessing that you'll be to somebody else. Even somebody who doesn't want to receive your message. But my mother used to always say, you can talk to a room of 1,000 people, but if you've reached one person, you've done your job. And I want to say, use your platforms, guys, for if you're content creators, use your platforms for good. I know that Twitch was created, YouTube, Mixer, Plexstorm, whatever. I know that it was all created for whatever content appeals, whether it be gaming, whatever. But at some point, we're not always going to be able to get past the microphone on CNN. We're not always going to be able to get past the microphone for our local news station. So use your platforms and take the time out. Even if you take an hour out before you game, even if you take an hour at the end of your game, make sure that you take that time to address certain things that you need to get off your chest and address certain things that need to be heard. Because at the end of the day, Twitch is not going to help us, YouTube is not going to help us, Mixer is not going to help us unless we make some noise, unless we show them that this is what we need from them. We are making business for these streamer platforms, and 90% of content creators who are on these platforms are African Americans. They are African Americans, and we're generating business for them. Nate, I need you to take him in the room. Austin, shh. We're generating business for them, and we're generating content for them to use and be paid from. So for why is it so hard for us to sit on a panel at TwitchCon? And I mean it's a panel of black content creators who are partners and streamers. Who are partners and streamers. Why is it so hard for us to sit on a panel at YouTube who are someone who might have over 1 million followers versus someone who has 100? Why is it so hard for that? Why is it so hard for us to be able to sit on a stream and get excited when we get that new follow or get that raid, and then to find out that it's from a racist person who decided they had nothing to do but to try and come in and mess up our day? Why is it so hard to understand that? Why? It has been a lot of streamers that I know that have been discouraged, who have been especially of Latino descent, of African American descent, and who are from the LGBTQ community, who have said to me, I don't know how you do it, because I wouldn't be able to tolerate that, or I wouldn't be able to take that. I don't feel like I want to stream anymore because I'm not being protected by Twitch. And my question to them kings and queens was, why didn't you say that? Why didn't you say that? You got an email, you got a business email, send your business email and request that they make changes. I'm putting my foot on everybody's necks. I'm a stay-at-home mom, and once I don't have schoolwork or anything to do with my kids, I got time. And I'm constantly sending out emails. I'm constantly showing up in these live streams that they have for Black History Month. And I'm asking these important questions. I'm not trying to be disruptive. I'm not trying to cause a ruckus. But what I am going to do is make sure that my people are comfortable, who are Black and LGBTQ. I'm going to make sure that they are able to play their video games and able to do what they need to do to feel safe and provide decent content. And a lot of times I hear people say all the time, "Oh, I want to apply for partner. I want to be partner." But after partner, then what? And at this point, that was a goal of mine. That was something that I wanted to do. But at this point, I want to sit on a board. I want to sit on the diversity committee. I want to sit on the committee who construct these panels at TwitchCon or at YouTube and at Mixer. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do, because I want to be able to have it from a viewer standpoint and from a content creator standpoint, from when I was small and from when I grow. Because let's be real, partner streamers are targeted, but affiliates I feel like are targeted more because they feel like, oh, well, they're just going to take it. But we have to stand up and say we're not going to take it anymore. We're not, but we need the backing. We also need the backing. We also need the support. And it's important.
I feel like that's where our viewers come in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. And I've seen a lot of times where, like, I have mods in my channel, and even the people who are watching me, my viewers who are watching me, my family who's watching me, they already got an attitude, and they don't even have a mod sword because they're just as tired as we are. They want to sit back and be able to watch the gameplay. They want to sit back and be able to enjoy coming into the streams and feel protected. We have to protect our people, but we can't do it without the proper backing. We can't do it without the proper support. We can have a million mods in our channel, and then on top of that, the mods are helping us out and banning these people, and they're taking the pressure off of us, but then they're getting targeted in their DMs. Then they're getting looked up on their social medias. If they stream, if they go to streams, then they're being targeted in their streams because they were a mod in our channel. It's not fair. It's not fair. And I know that these platforms are not the cause of it, but I feel like they should do more. I feel like they should do more. I feel like they should try to do more. I feel like it all the time. I feel like it all the time.
And then the other side of it, I feel like, if I can jump in,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you were talking about wanting to be partnered
Mm-hmm.
and how, I think you said something to the effect of that's not the focus anymore. Now you want to sit on the panel or sit on the board
Mm-hmm.
and I was thinking about that Solange album, A Seat at the Table.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was thinking to myself, Female Phenom is talking about getting a seat at the table.
I want it. I need it. I need it.
The other
I need
DFP, the other side of that I was thinking about, just speaking for myself, on the whole wanting to be partnered,
Mm-hmm.
like tip. It's just like, if speaking for myself, I'm not going to put words in anybody else's mouth, but like speaking for myself, if like the experience on Twitch continues to be that like this is the place where I come to get abused,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
or this is the place where I come to get ignored,
Mm-hmm.
or where my experience, um, where I'm told that my experience is not valid, I don't know if I want to partner with that.
Exactly. 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 Exactly.
And so I think that's doubly why, um and just like you were saying, I know that, you know Twitch is not responsible for all of this. People, sometimes there's just, rotten people that want to do rotten things, but that's why, doubly why, I feel like it's really important for Twitch to listen to you specifically and do everything that they can and go above and beyond to make sure that these platforms are safe for, today we're talking about Black women, for Black women and their
Mm-hmm.
communities to gather and to stream.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise we're going to lose Black women on
We are.
Twitch.
We are. And it hurts that it would have to come to that point because to me, like seeing my sisters in certain statures and in certain levels of positions, that makes me excited. You know what I got a message from a young lady who was autistic. I do autism awareness streams, and I featured it because before my son was diagnosed, I knew nothing about autism. Autism is not talked about in the African American community. And this young lady comes into my streams and she watches me because, and her exact words were, I was amazed because I saw someone who looked like me and was talking about an issue that I am going through, that I am facing every day. That's why I want to hold on to it, and that's why I want to try to keep our sisters on this platform and on this stage. But I feel like it should be a better way for them to want to stay. I feel like it should be. I feel like it shouldn't just be because, oh, we're going to hand you a partnership, we're going to hand you a sponsorship, and then you just do your thing. I feel like it shouldn't have to be like that. I feel like along with the partnership, you're giving me this. That's great. But what else are you offering me while I'm providing content on your platform? And I'm helping you keep this platform running, because let's be real, without us they wouldn't be able, there would be no Twitch, there would be no YouTube, there would be no Mixer. And I'm not just talking about Black women specifically, I'm talking about content creators, period. And if you think about it, the African American community has a is so large. It's so large, especially for Sims, especially for GTA, especially for Call of Duty. All of these things is really large. It's really large. And when an African American person goes live and they can get the bonus of watching a video game and watching someone who looks like them, or watching someone who is a Black mother and they want to play games too and they have children, or they have a sister who they play games, they, they're not seeing the bigger picture of that. They're not understanding the bigger picture of that. And I think that's where it got lost. It's just a money thing. They're generating the money, they're bringing the money in. So who cares about everything else? And I honestly feel like that's how it is. And if anybody is around to correct me, I'll gladly be corrected and say that I am wrong. But honestly, at this point, that's how I feel. We'll give you partner. You keep creating content, but that's all that we can offer you. That's all that we can offer you. I don't need that. I want to sit at the table. I want to take out my notepad because I have been writing. I have been sending emails. I want to take out my stack of emails and say on August 23rd at 8 a.m., I posed a suggestion to you and said we should try this. Let's start here. Let's start here and then let's work our way on down. From an IT specialist standpoint, from a from a content creator standpoint, I would love to sit in these meetings and try to figure out solutions and figure out better ways. I would love that. At this concern is not partner to me. At this concern, I have friends who have anxiety and do not want to stream because they don't want to show their face on camera because they're scared of what might happen, or they're tired of the rude racist comments or homophobic comments. Those are the people that I am worried about. Those are the people who I want to make sure that I am a representative of. Those are the people that I want to make sure that I am a representative of, and I want to represent them. I'm not worried about representing this company. I'm not.
It sounds like you want to be valued and treasured.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Um,
Yes, indeed.
and I don't. Given everything that, again, you were speaking very generally just about content creators. Given everything that content creators bring to the platform, I don't think that that's too much to ask to be valued and treasured.
Mm-hmm. And I remember, I think it was CJ who said that everyone asked him why he doesn't do Black History Month front page events. And I always wondered why, because I felt like he is an asset to this platform. I felt like he's a good representative of our people, but I couldn't figure out why. And once he broke it down, I have a better understanding of it. He doesn't only want to be highlighted during Black History Month. He doesn't only want to be put on the front page with the same rotation of African American streamers who they feel like that is their fit or their or meets their quota that month. He doesn't want to be a part of that, and I can understand that. And I honestly say this all the time. I honestly feel like that these platforms, they have a diversity coach. And what a lot of people don't know is that diversity representatives have the job of making sure that there is a certain amount of people of color within that organization or within that company, right? So while they are getting that diversity training, where is the training to make sure that these people are recognized all the time? Where is the training to make sure that these people have a larger catalog of people of color and that they are able to find these people easily? That they are able to make sure that these people are better recognized at TwitchCon, at the YouTube events where they're giving them their silver buttons or their gold button. Where's the training in that? Where's the training for that? I don't need to be only recognized during Black History Month or be recognized when, oh my God, something shook the world, another Black person was killed. I need that all the time. I need that all the time so that these young kings and queens can find that favorite African American streamer that they can identify with or that they can relate to, or that favorite African American female streamer that they can identify things with and relate to. Because let's be real, I had a conversation with my son, and I asked him why he doesn't watch another streamer anymore. And he said, with the current issues that are going on, me as a child, they can't teach me anything about this while playing video games. They can't teach me. I can't go to them. I can't sit in their chat and let them know what's bothering me that day. Or I can't go in their chat and and have them relate to certain frustrations that I am going through during the day. He said, so no, I don't watch them anymore because I can't relate to them. They can't relate to me, and they know nothing about who I am and what I'm going through. So I'm not interested. And that resonated with me from hearing it from his standpoint, from the DM that I got from this young lady, from me seeing kids in people's chats are like, hi, I go to such and such school and I do this and I do that and da 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 da. And then they're not recognized because these streamers know nothing about it. They know nothing about being bullied as an African American and called a coon and called a jigaboo and their hair is nappy. They know nothing about that. So they can't talk to them about that. They can't identify that with them. So this is what needs to happen because and I say this all the time. We have 18 and mature streams too, but them these kids are still clicking on these streams. They laughing at us using these bad words because it's funny and they get to hear it without getting in trouble with it. But they also need that other side of it. They also need that safe haven where they can come to somebody and have a talk or just release some stress because children are going through stress as well, especially teenagers, especially our LGBTQ teenagers. Do you know how valuable that tag is for a young lady who is wanting to transition to be a male, or that child who wants to transition to be a woman, and then they click on that LGBTQ tag and can hear an experience of what a trans person went through? Do you know how powerful that is? But they can't do that if they're batting trolls. They can't do that if they're frustrated because they had a rough day with trolls. And a lot of times this has happened to me. Someone could come in with the most sincere and unintentional comment, not to harm me, not to make me feel like crap, but because of what I battled for those 4 hours before they came into that stream, I don't know how to answer them. I don't know what to say to them except for let me revisit that question, or I have to sit there and read it 4 or 5 times to make sure that I'm not taking it the wrong way, or I'm not thinking that they're trolling me by asking that and they're asking for valuable information and they really want to know. And sometimes I have to have my mods say, well, you know what, Phenom, that's not what they meant. Or you know what, Phenom, I think they're trying to say. But because of all of the stress that I went through before, I don't know how to respond to them. I don't know how to answer them. That's why I leave my Twitter DMs open for, and I tell children a lot of times when they're in my streams, don't mention your age because I want to protect them and I don't want anything to happen with them. There's pedophiles, there's hateful people in this world. But I always leave my DMs, my Instagram, Snapchat, and my Twitter DMs open for them. And I'm able to have those conversations with them off stream because my energy is a little light and I'm able to focus. I should be able to do that while they're there. I should be able to do that and have these talks with them while they're there. It's just as simple as that. Like I feel like they Twitch and these streaming platforms have a lot of work to do, but they don't want the help. They want black people there, but they don't want our kind of black. They don't want our kind of black trans. They don't want our kind of black LGBTQ. And until they are accepting of that and they are realizing that we need to be valued, we need to be appreciated, we need to be protected, they're going to walk away. A lot of people are going to walk away. A lot of people are going to make that switch, or they're either going to just stop streaming, period, and find something else to do.
And that's a shame.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Can we, because you said something that I feel like was really, really important, and I just want to make sure that nobody misses that. So I might ask you to repeat yourself. I apologize in advance. But did I hear you correctly when I heard you say that you feel like, or you have experienced that there are young people who come into your channel And because you have spent the last 3 or 4 hours swatting away trolls like flies, you can't even be the resource to those young people that you honestly logged on and went live to be.
Yep. I had to tell some people, well, you know what, shoot me a message after stream. And of course, I dress it up to like, well, I don't have all of the information for that right now, but shoot me a message after stream and then I'll get back to you. And that's kind of a way how I can weed out if they're trolling or if they really want the information or if they really want my help. But that is accurate. Sometimes and sometimes when I'm hanging out with my friends in chat, when I'm hanging out with my friends in Discord and we're playing streams, sometimes I can stream for sometimes 4 to 8 hours and not even realize it. But once you have been beaten down with homophobic comments and homophobic or racist raids or um beaten down with racist comments and stuff like that, you get beat, you get tired and you can't focus. All of a sudden you're missing your shots in the game. All of a sudden you can't, laugh at a joke that your friend is saying in Discord because you're so pissed or you're so bothered by that comment, and you're not providing good quality content to the people who want to watch, and that's hurtful and that's tiring. So that's very accurate. That's very accurate.
So I think it was Unibrow, one of our new friends who came in here and was asking. She asked me as a black man who creates content on Twitch how we can support black women on the platform, because in her words, she said that they were, I think she said they were like extremely rare. I think was how she put it. It sounds like one of the first things that you're saying that we can do, honestly, is like make sure that like Twitch is just a safe place for a black woman to be.
Yes, indeed.
Before she even opens her mouth, like just because I mean, I don't know if y'all peeped what DFP just said, but she said that she has friends. You might have missed it. She has friends who are afraid to turn on their face cams while they're streaming. She said a lot of things, but just really think about that. You know, we are out here having these conversations about privileges that might exist in our society, and just think about the fact that there are human beings in 2020 sitting in the United States of America who are afraid to turn on their face cams because they're worried about being treated this way or another, or whatever kind of negative energy might come at them. And if any of us sitting here can listen to the Female Phenom talk about this and feel bored or feel like we've heard it before, then we got a huge problem.
I even have had black women who get excited when they hear Austin in the background, and it's like, oh my God, you're a mom and you play games. And I'm like, yeah. And I get these questions all the time, like, how do you deal with racist comments about your son? Like, how are you comfortable with him on stream? And I said, what people fail to realize as black women and as black mothers, okay? Black mothers who are raising black sons or raising black daughters, we're tired. Okay, we're tired because we got to raise these children. We got to teach them how to not get killed by the police. We got to teach these queens how to be valued and appreciate themselves and hold their head high as black queens. We have to teach our boys how that they come from royalty. They are kings and they need to hold their head high, and they are more than just a basketball player or a name for a sponsor for Nike. We have to teach them all of that, right? We can't hide our children from our streams. If our children need something or if they have a question about homework while we're playing the game, we can't stop our streams from that. And I feel like that's another valuable reason why we need, but why Black women need to be protected. And I tell streamers all the time, and I get questions, well, how do you do it? I just do it. It's tiring, it's hard, it's stressful, but I just do it. And I have to have those conversations with other Black moms who are streamers, and I have to compare things, and I have to um sit down and talk about the frustrations that we went through in stream and the hurt that we had to experience because someone called our child a racist term, or someone called us a bad mom because our child is sitting there or whatever, while we're trying to get them to take a nap because they just want their mommy, but we're playing GTA. So it's like I will never understand. I will never understand why how these platforms can catch copyright strikes and they can't catch these things. I will never and I'm an IT specialist. A permanent ban is forever. Your IP address, everyone has an address to your internet. Your address is like the address to your home. And if your IP address is banned, you cannot get back on that platform. You cannot play that video game anymore unless you contact your internet service provider and have that change. And it's a lot of hassle in getting that change because they take you through a lot of loops and tricks and holes for you to get that done. But for these platforms to tell us we're now implementing IP bans, we're now implementing permanent bans, and then for my mods to report someone and research them on Twitter so that they can allow me to block them on social media. Okay. They can allow me to block them on social media. Go ahead and clean it up. Just wipe it up. Okay, hold on, okay? Yes, give me 1 second. Um, and for me to see on Twitter that this person is like, oh, well, I'm only banned for 7 days. That's not a permanent ban. That's not an IP ban. That's not somebody that is that's telling somebody, what you did was wrong, and I'm going to punish you for a certain amount of time, but don't do it again. I'm gonna tell you this time, don't do that. That wasn't right. I'm going to punish you for it, and you can get back to what you were doing, which was trolling and being an ass after you thought about what you done. No, that's not fair. That's not fair, and it's not right. If you're going to permanent ban somebody, don't tell us one thing and then half-ass it because you have so much work to do. I'm sure you do have so much work to do because you have so many African American streamers and African American female streamers, African American LGBTQ streamers on your platform. So you're going to work hard. It is going to be a heavy load. It is going to be stressful. But what are you willing to do to make sure that you tackle that? At what level are you going to make sure that you are able to handle this so that we can be able to stream efficiently and non-stressfully? What are you going to do for that?
Man, I wish they were listening to this.
Around. They're around. They see it. And another thing is I have had situations where I've had talks like this,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a group of, and someone asked me for the name of these people, but I can't get the name of them because they change it all the time. There was a group of um it was a Nazi organization who was looking for people to troll on social media and on these streaming platforms. And this is what I tell my community all the time. A lot of people think that we are saying don't self promote in our chat is because, oh, she's worried I'm going to steal her views, or she's worried. It's for me, I can't speak for everybody else, but for me, I have seen things. I have sit back and watched certain things that have happened. I have sat in one stream and where somebody has said, "Oh, I stream too." And that racist troll is like, another victim for me to find. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I tell people all the time, you have to watch what you are doing because you can become a target too. We're trying to protect you in our house, but we can't protect you inside of yours. Um, it was a Nazi organization and a racist organization who decided that they wanted to troll people on social media and on Twitch. So what these people were doing was they were clipping things in my channel. They were reporting my VODs, and my VODs have been taken down. My clips were being removed. Anything that I was saying of importance to our people, anything that I was saying to protect our people or to spread knowledge and spread awareness about our people, it was reported. It was taken down for hateful content. Now, what I'm confused about is number one, I didn't get an email until probably a month later. Um, but the VOD was deleted ASAP. And I'm talking because I always go back and read my VODs. And I'm talking at the end of stream at 4 o'clock, and I'm going in there to make a clip or clip funny things from out that stream, or I'm going in there to highlight. The VOD is there. And then I get a phone call from my friends and or my sisters, and they're like, "I missed the stream. Where is it? What happened to it?" And I'm like, "It's there." And then I go back at 8, 9 o'clock at night, and it's gone. Okay, so it's this is another thing that baffles me. How are these people able to say that I'm being hateful and I'm being racist, but they're able to do so? I don't understand it.
You were just laying it out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is what we have to go through. And that's why I rated you, because I'm so grateful that you decide as a black man. I'm so grateful that you were one of the first ones that I saw. And I want to say thank you, because you were one of the first ones that I have saw that used your platform, who actually wants to find solutions and actually wants to stand up and say, "Hey, our black women are going through some things. Our black people are going through some things on this platform." And instead of us making tweets, instead of us um you know being upset or hiding, we're going to find solutions and we're going to try to fix this, because we have to stick together. We have to make sure that each other are good. And we have to make sure that our women are protected. And not only our women, our men have it hard as well. But I feel like as a for us being female, and I'm not negating the fact that y'all don't have it hard. It's harder for women. It's harder for black women who are moms, for black women who are LGBTQ. It's really hard. It's really hard. And for us to want to try to find an outlet or an escape, and this is the place that we look to, and we can't even have it here. You never know what type of mental state that puts somebody in. You never know what type of mental state that makes worse for someone. And so thank you so much for doing this, and thank you so much for that, because we really appreciate it. We really appreciate it.
I mean, you're welcome. I mean, honestly, the reason why my inspiration today, again, I saw a streamer, someone that you and I both know and love,
Mm-hmm.
whose tweet came across my timeline today around 5 o'clock this evening.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that she had read too much today.
Mm-hmm.
And she cited the video of the young black woman being thrown in the dumpster while
Yeah.
while like 12 or 14 young black male onlookers laughed and
Mhm.
recorded it for social media. And she cited the Jermaine Cole thing going on in hip hop with No Name, and
Mm-hmm.
I, uh, uh, I think she also cited Breonna Taylor. And the thing it was, she cited four things, and I was only aware of one of them. And I consider
Mm-hmm.
myself well read and up to date.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I just said to myself, I, I just don't. I have been a person who hasn't said a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, because I've been under the impression that, like, kind of like you were saying, Twitch is a place I come to decompress. I just want to play the game. I want to hang out with whoever wants to hang out with me. But
Mm-hmm.
this person that we love is hurting, and I'm just thinking to myself, and I haven't said anything. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and like on Twitter, it's so easy to like or retweet something that
Yep.
it's so easy that it's almost meaningless, I guess is what
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to say. And
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to do anything performative, and I just felt like I was mad. And it's funny because a friend of mine called me literally before I hit the live button. He said he was mad, and I said, well, I'm going live and let's talk about some of this. And I'm just glad that you came here and like have used your voice.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I want you to know that, like, speaking for myself, I don't support this content that's being created. I love Black women, and
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Black women.
Yes,
And I
indeed.
don't want you, you're my friend. I don't want you to feel like I don't see the things that are hurting you on our network here on Twitch or these
Mm-hmm.
stories in the media, and that I don't care. I do care. And that's why I've asked everyone in my community to take notice of these things. And that's why I'm sharing some of these news stories that I found in all of 3 minutes from Googling.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I'm asking folks to just, you know, when Black women speak, to listen and to share.
Yep. And we're tired. We're tired. When I look at the change, and I think it really didn't hit me because I used to watch Sandra Bland. She would have it was these talks on Facebook, and it was called Sandy Speaks, and she would have these important conversations, and she would speak to these young queens, and she would speak to, just her people with love, with good intent, with light, and she would speak light into them. And I looked forward to these videos every day on Facebook, and it really didn't hit me that, oh my God, our kings are not being taken away from us, but our queens are. And they want to silence us. They don't want us to talk. And I say this all the time. And a lot of times people agree with me. A lot of times people don't. And that's okay. Sandy was targeted. Sandy was targeted because she was making too much noise. She was telling the truth. She was telling everybody what it was. And when that cop pulled her over, that was his intentions, to pull her over, to shut her up and silence her. That was they killed that woman because her first statements, and if anybody watch the video of her, if you can tolerate it, because I'm gonna say this one, I'm gonna say this, and I'm not saying this because saying this in a negative light. I'm tired because I have to keep talking about it. I'm tired because it's more of a tired hurt that our people are being taken away from us, and they don't want us to talk. They don't want us to say anything. And if you can tolerate that video and you can listen to what that queen said, and she said, "You know what? I can't wait to go to court." I remember that like it was like I remember it like I was saying it. She said, "I can't wait to go to court, and you going to find out. You're going to see that you were wrong. I can't wait to go to court." And at that minute, when I heard her say that, I said, "Okay, this is why this happened. This is why this queen was taken away. This is why she was pulled over." Breonna Taylor might not have said anything, but because she was a black woman, and because she lived in a certain area, that they wanted to raid her house, and because her partner had a handgun, They wanted to shut her up because they knew that they weren't supposed to come in that house. They knew that her fiance or her boyfriend was defending his home and defending his queen, and they didn't want to have to catch the heat behind that. So they wanted to kill her so that she wouldn't talk, so that she wouldn't say anything. This is what always happens. And I was in the police academy, and the only reason why I didn't continue with it was because I got injured, right? A lot of the things that I see these police officers doing, putting these people in headlocks, putting their feet on people, putting their knees on people's neck, physically laying their entire bodies on these people, physically putting their knees on these people, using them as footstools. That is not the training that we had. That is not the training that we had. I see these videos where these people are getting shot in the chest, getting shot in the head. 15 to 20 police officers for one black man because he's drunk and he don't know that he's walking in the street wrong, and they're pulling a gun on him. That is not how they were trained. That is not how they were trained. And I say this, and I didn't want to speak on this, but now I'm just saying it so everybody can know. One of the officers that was involved in the Freddie Gray case was one of my closest friends. We were in the academy together. We grew up together, and we made a goal that we were going to join the police force so that we could make a change. They did not do that. I can't be associated with them anymore. I can't tolerate it anymore because I'm sorry. And the question that was asked to this officer is, what happened when you heard him yelling? Why did y'all stop? What did you do when when he was saying he needed to go to the hospital? And she wasn't giving me the answer that I felt was deserved. She wasn't giving me the answer that I felt like that she should have gave me, and this brother died in her care, in her care. And I do not, I do, I don't, and I speak on all the time about police. That's why I was able to go talk to the police, because I wanted to figure out, how can this happen when throughout all of those weeks and throughout all of those days of training, of sitting in that classroom, of running, of getting sprayed with mace, of learning how to not defend yourself from civilians, but how to protect them from hurting themselves. How are we killing them? How are we doing that? It's not fair. It's not fair. And my husband and I get into battles all the time, and sometimes he have to shake his head and say, you know what, you frustrate me sometimes, but I know who you were born from. I know the stock that you came from, and I know who your mother was. So I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to make sure you're okay. And I'm going to make sure that you have everything that you need to do the work that you need to do. When I first started on Twitch and YouTube, I was, I had the mindset that I knew that I wanted to do something other than play video games. I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how to tackle it. I didn't know what to say, and I didn't know how to go about doing it. And then one day I didn't give a fuck. One day I got angry. One day I got hurt. One day I got annoyed, and I got tired of desensitizing myself. I got tired of ignoring it because it was too much for me. Because I thought about, what if that was my child? Is somebody going to get tired of speaking for them? Is somebody going to look the other way and feel like, oh, it's none of my business, or I can't tolerate that video, or I can't bear to watch it? I can't sit back and not do anything anymore. I used to be out there protesting, marching, doing whatever it is that I need to do. And because of Austin, because of, childcare issues, I'm unable to do that. But I was blessed with something that I can use. I was blessed with something that I am able to use, and that I am able to use as a tool to get people to see, this is not the way. that we are supposed to be treated. This is not the way that we are supposed to be handled. We are not on these platforms to be your punching bags. We are not on these platforms to take your abuse. This is not what we signed up for when we signed that affiliate contract or when we signed that partner contract. This is not what we signed up for. Not at all. And if at the end of the day, like you said, Jermaine, if these platforms do not get it together, they're going to lose. We're not going to lose, because one thing I can say, a lot of times our people are very mean and hateful to each other. But when it's time for us to stand up, when it's time for us to hold each other's hand and come together, we do it. And they don't want us to build our own platform, because at the end of the day, they're not going to have not one leg to stand on. They're not going to have not one thing to fall back on, because at the end of the day, we wouldn't have to do these things. And I see that with the start of the cookout. I see that with the start of Black Girl Gamers. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm trying to work out a way or figure out a way to do it. But the minute that there's a tweet out from the cookout or for Black Girl Gamers saying that there is now a streaming platform available, sign up, I'm out.
We all out.
I'm out. I am out.
We'll all be out at that time.
Mhm.
So we had a question in the chat that came up a little bit earlier. Do you have a moment to answer a question?
Yeah. Yeah.
So our friend Soycrates, who is a streamer as well, she asks, how do you respond to people when you're bringing those microaggressions up and people are replying just saying, oh, don't let it get to you, don't get mad, don't pay attention to racism?
At that moment, I take a deep breath, and whatever I am doing, I pause my stream, I pause my game or whatever, and I address it. A lot of times, and I explain to them that this is the reason why this is happening, because we don't want to let it get to us, or we don't want to we want to ignore it, we just want it to get away. But I promise you that one time that you deal with it, and by dealing with it, I mean addressing it, speaking out on it, challenging them on their ignorant opinions, challenging them on their incorrect information, challenging them on their untrue facts, it won't happen from that same person again. It won't happen as frequent as it will probably for the remaining of that stream. But I promise you, I used to be that person who sat and stewed in her anger and stewed in her hurt while on stream. And that didn't do anything but hurt me. And it made that other person feel better. It made that other person feel like they won. And it made that other person feel like they did their job. But that's what I mean by standing up on your platform. That your platform, your streaming channel is your house. And I say that all the time. When people come into your house, if in your real house, if you want people to take their shoes off when they come into your house and respect you, don't go in your refrigerator, don't touch my things that you know is not yours, they're going to do that because that's your house. Treat your streaming channel like it's your house, and demand that respect from anybody who comes in there, and get you some damn good mods like I got, who are not going to tolerate it. Build yourself up a strong community who are going to back for you, even though they just have a VIP next to their name or a bit badge by their name. And they are going to take proper actions by reporting or by getting that person together real quick. That's one of the best decisions that I ever could have made. That's one of the best things that I ever could have done. And I had someone who was a fellow streamer, and he said to me, well, this is what comes with the territory. And this is what happens when you do this. No, I'm not accepting that. I'm not taking that because I didn't sign up for this. I signed up to play video games and make friends and build family. I didn't sign up for this. I didn't sign up for this. And you don't have to sign up for it either. You don't have to take it. You don't have to allow it. And whatever you feel is important about your feelings and your anger and how that person disrespected you and how that person addressed you, you're allowed to feel that way. That's your house. That's your house. I hope I answered the question. If not, then I don't mind elaborating.
So let us know if that made sense. But I mean, it made sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
It made sense to me, and um, it's interesting to hear you say that because a lot of the conventional wisdom that we hear when we look at YouTube videos or stream coaching podcasts, whatever, when we
Mm-hmm.
talk about how we deal with trolls is the exact opposite advice you just gave.
Mm-hmm. And that's the problem. These stream coaches are not giving. First of all, I have an issue with stream coaches, and I'm not knocking anything that anybody's doing, but I have an issue with it because I feel like it's another marketing tool, it's another money grab. I feel like knowledge is power and knowledge should be free. I feel like you can guide somebody and direct them into their own path without them doing what you did, without them doing the things the way that you said them, right? But I feel like the most important part of that stream coaching is being able to tackle certain issues like these, being able to tell them the most important part about streaming is staying true to yourself and using your platform for other than just games, and also demanding respect for from the people who are in your channel, demanding respect from the people who decide that they want to troll you, or demanding respect from people who think that, oh, that little sexist joke or that little racist joke or that little homophobic joke is okay. Now, my friends and I, we make like little jokes amongst ourselves, but we all know that, we're lesbian or, we're bisexual. So those are, little jokes that we have. But anything that is harmful or something that is, that is not right, that I don't see the coaching in, okay, you need to address that right then and there because your community is a reflection of you. And that person that has known you and been in your stream for 2 years can mess up that potential viewer to come in and be a family member who just followed for 2 minutes ago. So I hate that that's the main thing that's missing in stream coaching. I hate that it's not. I would love to see um in stream coaching tips and ways take to let streamers know you don't have to stream 6 or 7 days a week. Just like a job, you need a mental health day. You are going to be able to be blessed if you stream 2 days out of the week. You are going to be able to be blessed if you stream for 3 or 4 hours. You are going to receive that blessing if you decide that you had a rough day with trolls and things and you need a mental health day. I feel like that is missing from these streams. Also, I have had people say to me, "Oh, you're not streaming today?" And I tell them no. And they're like, you need to, this is a new day, you need to hop back on it. No, I'm not going to hop back on it because I know that I am not going to provide decent content to my family, and I'm not going to be able to give them what they need. I'm not doing that.
It's like
I'm
you
not.
have more respect for your people
Mhm. Mhm.
than to just
Mhm.
show up not
Yep.
at 100%.
Percent. Yes indeed. Yes indeed. Yes indeed. And I think it's because people have gotten to the point where, no, and I have partners who are, I have friends who are partners. I know partners, and what the problem is that people see partners and they see their success, but they weren't there for them grinding. They weren't there for them when they were sitting at 0 views. They weren't there when they were trying to figure out what direction their channel wanted to go. And they think that partner is the best thing. And they think that the only way that they can get partner is if they do all of the basic stuff. Have cosmetics for your stream. Make sure that you got bells and whistles in your stream. Make sure that you're tagging people that you're going live. That's not how it's done. The most important thing is to make sure that you're taking care of yourself and your community, because at that point you have a responsibility. And everybody who comes in your channel, they are to be protected and respected at all costs. And that's why I tell people all the time, do not self promote, because you don't know who's in here watching and looking for a new target. You don't know who's coming in here to try to do things that are not flattering, or that is not um that is harmful to your channel. You don't know who's doing that. You don't know who's doing that. So I think that I tell people all this. I try to offer as much help as I can to people, and I try to tell people, I'll just send me a message. If I don't answer right away, I'm not ignoring you, but I promise I'll get back to you as soon as possible. I'm not charging anybody for asking me a question that they can find on Google. I'm not charging anybody anything for asking me a question that they might find on accident. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. And what people fail to realize is the way that you get your blessings is being a blessing to someone else without asking for anything in return. And that has always resonated with me, and I have been blessed by so many people and so many things that I felt like at times I did not deserve. And I have to be reminded that you are deserving of these things. But I'm hard on myself, and I always feel like I need to do more. I need to do something else. I need to do something for this person, or I haven't did this for this person because they deserve it. But people have to also understand that you don't gain blessings by doing things because you want something back or you want something in return. And I feel like by having these stream coaches, charging these people or having these people succeed just so they can say, oh, well, I got them to where they are. I did that. That's not how you're gonna gain your blessing. Be proud of them people and help these people out and educate these people for to the best of your abilities, or to however you can be, and then be proud of them. you know Clap for them, congratulate them, and all of the above, because there was somebody that did the same for you all the time. Even when you didn't even notice it, there's always people who are watching you and admiring you. Hold on a sec. Go get my phone so I can text Nate, okay? And tell him get you some cereal. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. Since we have this natural little break in the conversation, it came up in the chat. My friend Case and Poppy is here, and he's like, I don't know who this wonderful person is that's talking. So, like, I feel like we have a natural break so that I can like be formal and actually introduce you. For those of you who don't know who this very wise voice is that I have the pleasure of having here in our stream today, you are listening to our friend DaFemalePhenom. You see I have her beautiful Twitter page up, and you can follow her there on Twitter. And we've also been throwing shout outs to her in the chat. She is a Twitch streamer.
And I do follow back because I'm nosy.
There you go. And she does follow back. She's nosy. That's who we are talking to. And I met DaFemalePhenom through, I think I met you through the cookout, right?
Yep.
And I think that there's some people don't really understand what goes on at the cookout. Like, it's not the ultra secret Black people meeting group. It's literally just like some folks who are doing the same thing, and like that's about as organized as it gets. We've got some really hardworking volunteers who organize a space for us to be able to come together just so that we can get to know each other. And now that we know each other, when it comes times like this, I didn't even ask you to show up today, Phenom.
And I had no plans. I said I'm going to cook these boys something to eat, and I'm gonna put you on the TV and just watch you because I don't get to watch you often. I said I'm not going to miss out on a Jermaine Plays stream, not today. And I was like, you know what? If he invites somebody, I'm going in there. And as soon as you said it, I was like, you know what? Well, let me go in there and just answer answer his question.
No, and I think that we all, I mean, honestly, I know I have benefited greatly from just listening to you speak. I feel like I end up saying this to you every time, every time we talk, like just about how impactful and meaningful your words are. But your experience is beautiful, and every time you share it, I feel like I learned something new, or I feel like I, am challenged to think about something in a different way. And you know, this broadcast that we're having today, I didn't plan to have it. But the point of it is to talk about or strategize some ways how we can support Black women in our community, on Twitch, and in the world. And I'm just so glad that we have you here. And like, we, beyond just having you here, I hope that we're all listening, because
Thank you for doing this.
you have given us so many to-dos, like so many different ways that we can support. Honestly, this VOD, I record all of my streams. This one though, I might just upload to YouTube,
Right.
just because I feel like, maybe this is something that we can refer to. But I hope that we can keep having these conversations as a community. But again, for those of you who might have just wandered in, it's been a terrible day for Black women. It's been a terrible month. It's just been a terrible time. And go back and check out the VOD. I don't know if I want to take you through like all the worst parts of the day, but there's just some really troubling things that have been happening in social media and in the world to our friends, our Black women. And I'm speaking specifically to our Black men, our sisters and our nieces and our moms. Our friends are saying that they do not feel our support. So what are we gonna do about that? We need to figure that out without summoning them from wherever they are trying to rest. We have to figure that out amongst ourselves. So I'm just I'm glad that we could start this conversation today, but I have to be honest, I don't feel good today.
Same. I haven't been feeling good for a good. I feel like the beating that our community has taken from, and I remind people of this all the time, that within a matter of a 3-week span, 3 African Americans have been killed. And then we're out here marching, we're out here protesting, and then Trump announces where he's going to do his campaign, and then another African American man is killed. And then I found out today through your stream that this sister was found murdered. Like, this is, and I was hoping for a different outcome. I was hoping that, maybe she just decided she's been working hard on Black Lives Matter and she just needs a break. Like, she just needs to take a break. And then to hear that she has been murdered, or I'm assuming she has been murdered, because it's no coincidence that she's a Black Lives Matter activist and now she's found dead. It's no coincidence that those students were found hung from a tree. It's no coincidence that all of these things are happening, right? And then in the midst of us fighting and protesting for George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, another African American male is shot in a Wendy's parking lot and killed. And it's like, I haven't been right. I haven't been at peace. I'm constantly on edge. My 15-year-old wants to be a child. He wants to go play basketball. He wants to go and enjoy his friends. He wanted to go hang out for his birthday. But the way that my mind is worried right now, the way that my heart is hurting, I'm afraid. My youngest son is autistic. And I autism children and adults have sensory issues. They get frustrated, they get flustered, they get agitated easily. I have a friend who is a male and he is autistic and he is in his late 30s. He cannot tolerate loud sounds. He can't tolerate being out of routine at work. When his boss comes to him and gives him a new task, he is immediately frustrated, right? And I keep playing in my mind, what is going to happen to my child if he's driving in his car and he sees police sirens behind him, or if he's walking to the store or walking to school and there are police officers who rush him and he doesn't understand anything, but people are shouting at him. There's police sirens going on and he's loud and he's not complying with them and they're going to shoot my baby. You see what I haven't been okay for a while. I haven't been okay since Eric Gardner. I haven't been okay since Freddie Gray. I haven't been okay since Sandra Bland. I haven't been okay since um Mike Brown. I have never our people have never been okay. Have never been okay. And at the end of my stream, I always in my stream with be kind to yourselves and each other. And if you see an African American person on the street with their consent, give them a hug because we need it right now. We need it. We need it. We are hurting. We are angry. We are mad. We are afraid and we are upset. I haven't been okay. And I didn't mean to hijack your your moment, Jermaine, but I had to agree with you. I have not been okay. And even though Jermaine, you don't have children, I still can understand your fear as a black man walking to your car, going to work, visiting your parents, visiting your family, making sure that what's going to happen. And I worry about this. Like, I consider you a friend. I have other friends that I met on Twitch, and the worst thing that bothers me is making friends and they live far away and I can't get to them if they need me, or if something happens I wouldn't be able to get to them. And I think about the times that people like you, Doc Limitless, I don't want to get a phone call that you were helping your mom get in the house and someone thought that you were breaking into her house and a police officer shot you. I don't want to get that phone call that you lost your life over a traffic stop. It's hurtful and it's scary and it's harmful to us as a people. It's harmful to us as our community. They are trying to exterminate us. They are trying to make sure that we do not exist. And I said this the other day, right? Asians, Latinos, and Muslims and East and West Indians, if they do something wrong here in this country, they they can send them back home, they can deport them, they can ship them back wherever they came from because they don't want anybody here but white people, right? That's the whole campaign behind Make America Great Again. They want it back to just white people. They can't send us back home, right? Because we kept growing, we kept producing children, we kept extending our families and make producing more children. These queens are producing more children, building larger families. They can't send us back home. So what is the next step? To incarcerate our black males or to exterminate us by killing us and say that it was justice. It was just cause. And I had this argument with somebody the other day, and you're exactly right. You're exactly right, Ruby. And I had this conversation with somebody the other day about how um white people were here and they were slave masters, but we have the option to go back to Africa. I said, but the point that you missed was that you're right. We are from Africa, but we weren't brought here. We didn't decide that we wanted to take a trip to America. We didn't decide that we wanted to see what America was all about. Just like your ancestors and your white counterparts decided, oh, this is a land that we need to have. And you're going to steal it from the Native Americans. You're going to steal it from um you're going to steal it from Indians. You're going to steal it from Native Americans. And instead of them worrying about how they can change things now, and how they still have that mindset because of who they were raised by, their racist grandmama who raised their racist mama, or their racist daddy, their racist grandfather who was raised by their racist granddaddy. And I tell people this too. They want to say that we have been here and we have the freedom to do whatever we want. We don't have the freedom to do whatever we want. White people have the freedom to do whatever they want. White people have the freedom to kill us and not go to jail, but stay in jail overnight after all of the camera footage that they have seen, after all of the witnesses who were there in the street, after all of the signed affidavits that that person was there and they were killed for no reason. They then have to determine if that was the truth and if that is the reason why they should do time in jail, and if they even do time in jail. If they even do time in jail. There is a difference between us and them. They don't want us here. They want to stay here, and they want their own kind here. They want their own people providing these jobs and providing these businesses. And I said something else yesterday in my stream. Everything is a trap for African Americans. These stimulus checks, these loans, these student loans, these mortgages, these car payments, all of this. It's easy for us to get a student loan and rack up $30,000, $50,000, $150,000 in student loans, and then we can barely pay them back because we have to live. We have to make sure that we sustain our family. Yes. Ask Nate. We have to make sure that we are able to take care of our families and pay that loan back. It's easy for us to get that. It's easy for us to get this mortgage. It's easy for us to get this car note. But you know what? The one thing is hard for us to get? A business loan. We can't get a business loan. We're not allowed to get a business loan because once Black Wall Street is built up back again, it's a problem. It's a problem. And it's going to be a problem to them. That's why we are a problem on Twitch. That's why we are a problem on YouTube. That's why we are a problem anywhere in America where we go. Because once we start coming together and we start doing things to ourselves and we don't need them anymore, or we don't need them to highlight us or showcase us, it's a problem. We becoming too powerful. We're becoming too unmanageable. Some more serious, please. White people do get treated nice by officers, and it's shown every day. It's shown every day. They get tased, they get bargained with, they get I'm just trying to talk to you. I'm just trying to help you. Where does that happen for us? Do they take, when I spoke to the police officers, do you understand that the reason why we run is because you're killing us? We don't want to die. If we did something wrong and you felt that we did something wrong, we just want to get arrested, get processed, and see that commissioner and go home or stay there until our court date. That's all. That's all. But that doesn't happen. And that's what angers me about All Lives Matter. Or I was arrested too. Congratulations, Karen, you were arrested. Congratulations, Robert, you were arrested. I'm sorry, congratulations, Dick, you were arrested. Or Bobby, you were arrested. But you know what the difference between me and you is? You came home and you're able to talk about it. You came home with no hospital bills, or you came home without sitting in the hospital in a coma after being beat to death. And everybody talks about Rodney King and how he got all that money and he went to drugs and he got all that money and he messed it up. Do you understand the mental capacity and the mental hurt that that man had to go through after that? Imagine and I'm going to tell you something. I hold Black kings as on pedestals. I love them. I love them. I think they are the greatest thing in the world. They are strong, they are amazing, and they are the head of the household. They are the head of my household, and I love them. But do you understand what damage can be done to a Black man who is beat nearly to death in front of millions of people for everyone to see? And then you got the ignorant people like, oh, I wouldn't have went out like that. He a bitch. I wouldn't have went out. He got to hear all of this. So what do? They turn to drugs, and then drugs turns into an addiction, and then an addiction triggers mental illness, and then that mental illness and that addiction is a factor, right? It's a factor in all of this. And then you got the shut the fuck up money. Here, take this settlement. We're gonna let these officers sit for maybe 6 months, maybe even a year, and you're going to take this money because that's what niggas like. They like money. We're going to give you this hush money, and we're going to let you sit there and kill yourself behind it. That's what happened to that man. Them police officers killed him. Those police officers are responsible for his addiction. Those police officers are responsible for his mental illness. And nobody is seeing that. Nobody is caring about that. Nobody is seeing why that's a problem. And that's why I say all the time, creator forbid, if anything happened to either one of my children, there's no amount of money in the world that you can give me for that beating that they took. There's no amount of money that you can give me to bring them back from the dead. The only thing that you can try to promise me is that I have a seat in that police commander's office, and I am helping you implement change. I don't want you to take my notes and then you decide off of that piece of paper what you are and what you aren't capable of doing. I want to be there. If you can't do that, or you can't give me justice, you got to go. You're going to have to go. Because I brought my children and I brought these kings into this world so they could succeed and thrive. And I'll be damned if anybody take that away from them. I'll be damned if anybody puts that to a halt. You're going to have to go before them. And I tell people also on the streets, camera phones and recording is nice, but who is going to be a shield to these brothers and sisters when these police officers are doing this? If you see one person taking their phone out and they're recording, good. Let them use their battery for good. But that's your brother and that's your sister out there in that street. Get in front of them. Be a shield to them. Talk that officer down. Talk their knee off of their neck. That's the only way that we're going to change it. That's the only way that we're going to stop this. This is the only way. These marches, when you see these people coming in here that we did not ask to come in these marches and spray painting shit that we did not ask them to ask, hand them over there to these police officers. And I'm so proud of Baltimore City. I'm so proud of Baltimore City because when Freddie Gray riots came, we were angry. We were angry and we didn't know how to do anything but make our voices heard and and burn it down. We didn't know what else to do. But this time around, our brothers and sisters came together. Our brothers and sisters stood up for what we believed in, and we were able to get our voices heard in the right way. Hand these people over to hand them over to their masters. Hand them over to their masters. These police officers are the overseers of this country, and Donald Trump thinks he's going to be our master. Hand them over to their overseers and let them get out of our way so we can do what we need to do for our Black people.
Include us.
Mm-hmm. You are. And what I tell people also too is, however you are helping is a help. We need the marches, we need the protests, we need the boycotts of these businesses. More importantly, we need the defunding of the police. We need the defunding of these political campaigns who are getting in these campaigns and asking us for donations and asking us for money. But when they get in these offices, they're not doing anything. We need all of that. But we need to stand up and figure out a way how we can fit in there and how we can help these people who are putting themselves on the front line in these protests. That's why I'm so grateful to have raised the money that I have for the Bail Project. I'm so grateful for the Bail Project. I'm so grateful for Color of Change, because these people, without these people, we wouldn't have anything. We wouldn't have anybody, because we're looked at like animals. We're looked at like monkeys and criminals. Nobody wants to help us. They want to see us in here, in these jails. They want us to get the coronavirus so that we can get killed off. That's why they're not providing medication in African American communities, or it's a toss up, or they ran out, or they don't have enough, because they don't want us here. They don't want us in here. They don't want our banners up at TwitchCon. They don't want our banners up at the YouTube conventions, because they don't want us to have it. They don't want us to have it.
Ruby has asked me to pull up your pinned tweet, DFP.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, on July 4th, Female Phenom, whose voice we hear today on our stream, and our friend Ruby Rose, who joins us in the chat, have put out a call to all content creators and streamers to join them for a virtual protest on July the 4th. On this day, they are asking for us to mute our streams, turn off our mics and cameras, and stream only a video. I think it's just a black I Can't Breathe, right? Yeah.
Yes.
With the names of wow, I mean, the names go from Emmett Till through, I see Emmett Till, I see Philando Castile, I see a lot of names up in here, who have all been victims. Botham Jean, Stephon Clark. I mean, some of these names may ring a bell that you've heard and haven't heard in a while. And we added a few to the list today. So that's what we'll be doing on July 4th. Spoiler alert, that's what I'll be doing on July 4th. Y'all will be looking at a 90-second video on loop.
And also, people are asking what they can do if they don't stream, if they do not produce content. Ruby and I are asking that even if you don't stream, or if you stream from your console, reach out to streamers who are streaming this VOD, and offer your services as a mod, maybe, or host us. The ones that are streaming this, make sure that you host us on your channel, even if you don't stream. And I say this all the time, a host goes a long way. Even if you do not stream, people can also find your channel. They can also find out who you are and who you're hosting. So we want you guys to help too. We want you guys, and also to the content creators, to turn your chat on emote only. There is a Unity command that we will be sending out with the email with the VOD that Ruby and I came up with together. And that command can play during the duration of your stream, or it can be used as a command for you to say in chat. Um, so like I said, no help is no offer for help is unappreciated. We encourage you to do this. You can reach out to, if you would like to participate, we encourage you to reach out to Ruby on Twitter or myself, and we can email the video to you as long with the instructions. um I think Ruby and I are going to stream it on our channel for 24 hours. I know that sometimes that can like bog down your PC and stuff, but even if as long as you do it on July the 4th, that's a big help. Yes, ma'am. Mixer can participate. YouTube can participate. Any streaming platform that you use. If you want to post it on your social media, post it on social media and tag everybody that you can in this. Use all the hashtags that you can. Um, we really appreciate it.
And I feel like that's a great point to put a pause in this conversation. I say pause because we're never going to stop having this conversation. The point where we stop having this conversation, honestly, is the point when we have just like reached that that like idyllic utopia of a world where we don't have to worry about some of this stuff anymore. And that's the motivation for why I'm going to continue to show up in these streams. And as when my heart feels like it needs to happen, I will continue to try and have these conversations, though they may be difficult. And I think that's what keeps us all going. So this is a point of action on July the 4th. Like, if you're a streamer, you're a content creator, this is something, again, your barrier to entry is super low. All you have to do is download a 90-second video and throw it up in the place of whatever else you were planning on producing that day. I will be participating. I've already retweeted and liked this, and I will, continue to do so. I want to say before I forget, just to say thank you so much, DaFemalePhenom, for just being here in our community today and sharing your experiences and your passion and your ideas and your pain.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone in the chat, if you wouldn't mind, I don't normally put y'all through this, but I want you all to go nuts with emotes, please, and just let DaFemalePhenom feel some of the love that we all feel for, getting the benefit from her experience, her sharing what is very tiring. I'm sure she's had to tell this story so many times. Also, again, for those of you who may not have been here in the beginning, the focus of the stream today is just all about trying to learn and strategize how we can support Black women, because Black women are feeling like they are under assault. Black women are being murdered. Black women are not being listened to. Black women are not being protected on Twitch and other platforms. And, we need to show up for them, gentlemen. We need to show up for them, guys. We should not wait until we're at a funeral or we're reading a really unfortunate news story about how someone lost their life before we wake up and decide to use our voice. So I'm going to keep using mine. I hope everyone here in the chat will continue to use your voice and continue to speak out when you see things. I think that, honestly, for the day that we've had, I think that this is enough. You spoke about rest, and I think it's time for us all to kind of process through what you've said, the things that were revealed in the first half of the stream, and just to let our minds rest, because we have to pick up and do this work again tomorrow.
Yep.
It never stops. For those of you who are privileged and you get to decide when you pick this work up or put it down, you know, please remember that that for a lot of us it is not optional.
True.
I also just want to say out loud, there's some Black women in our stream community here. Shout out to It's Ruby Rose. If you're not already following her stream, you should absolutely check her out. I see my friend from Mixer here, the real Janie Laney, who out here is killing it in Minecraft. Please click the link, follow these Black women creators, because I feel like the most important thing that was said today, Female Phenom has warned us all that if we do not protect, if we do not cherish, if we do not celebrate Black women on these platforms, they will not stay. And the day may come where we look for a Black woman's perspective on Mixer or on Twitch, and it won't be there because we didn't show up when they needed us. I will put this on my YouTube. I'm also going to see if I can put it up on the Cookout. So before I end things, chat, do y'all have anything you want to ask Female Phenom? Does anyone have any thoughts or anything that's coming to mind? Anything that they want to share? Anything that they didn't catch that they want to, you know, get that opportunity to ask? Also, Female Phenom, if you have any final words or anything that you would like to share, this is the time.
Always, like I said, I always end my streams with be kind to yourselves and each other. But this time I'm gonna say be kind to yourselves and each other, and be a vessel, be a shield, be a light to our brothers and sisters. And that's all that I can ask for. I also want to take the time to thank Jermaine for, I didn't expect to be in here all your whole stream. I didn't expect I just expected to answer this question and then give somebody else a chance. But I just want to say thank you for making this a stream, and thank you for making sure that that for providing options and providing this platform, using your platform to find solutions and raise awareness as what Black content creators who are women go through. Because a lot of people right now are talking the talk, but I don't see a lot of people walking the walk. And like I said, I like no nothing, anything that you do is of help. Anything that you do is important and is very helpful. But we don't need you to stop when the fire, when the smoke is out. We don't need you to stop. This is an ongoing fight that we have to go through on a daily basis. My heart hurts for the queens who are streaming 7 days a week, who are streaming 5 days a week, who even stream 4 days a week, because streaming is a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. It's a lot on us mentally and physically. So I appreciate you for this. And I appreciate each and every one of these kings in this chat who has vowed and took an oath to stand up and protect us. I appreciate all of the kings who have been in these organizations and they see us live and they come in there and they handle people when they need them. They handle them on social media. They speak up and they show up and show out. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you so much for this. Thank you. Thank y'all.
All right, DFP, thank you. Janie Laney wants to know when your stream schedule is.
My stream schedule is usually Monday through Thursday from 11 to 3 p.m. But lately I've been having some stuff going on with my youngest and his appointment. So my stream might be a little bit late. But and I hate saying this because I feel like it's said so many times, but just turn your notifications on if you can. And then hopefully you'll get the notification when I'm live. I also do a YouTube series, and it's called The Adventures of Aussie Pants, where it's a day in the life of Austin, my son, my youngest son, for while he's tackling autism, and me as a parent who has a baby with autism. So if you guys would like to know more about that, that's available on my YouTube channel. My name is all over the place, so you don't have to look for any changes or anything like that. You can find the Female Phenom on all platforms. I wanted to make it easy for y'all so y'all won't have to search.
Okay, cool. And I threw the link to your YouTube in the chat there. We also I love multimedia. Like honestly, just put me in the control room and just let me go to things. Just let me cut to things. I'm so happy. Please subscribe to DFP's YouTube channel here. And once again, you all are the most amazing community on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you for a great conversation. And again, we are not stopping the conversation. We're just taking a break because we got to eat and we have to, we have to breathe. But my DMs are open. DFP, I heard you say earlier, your DMs are open.
Yes.
We can revisit this conversation at any time for any reason we feel like we need to. So, if y'all see things that we need to be aware of that we haven't seen yet, please let us know, put us on so that we can amplify things. And like DFP says, let's just do our best to try and take care of each other. If you said something about if you see a Black content creator with consent, give them a hug, I will accept those hugs. And I'll say one last thing and then I'm going to sign off. If you ever see me at a convention, I'm speaking to the ladies, but really I'm speaking to anyone, and you're just, you are not feeling safe, please let me know. I have no trouble going out of my way to walk with you or just spend a little bit of time with you, breathing or whatever it is that we're doing, if that can help. And it would be my pleasure to do so. And I'm looking for those moments where I can show up because it reminds me, what I want my life to be about and what I believe I'm here for. So just don't deprive me of that opportunity to be the person I would like to be. All right. That's that. DFP, I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much.
I appreciate you too. And you have a good night, and peace and blessings to everybody in the chat and to you.
All right. I'm going to talk to you soon.
All righty.
All right. Well, y'all, that was just totally awesome. Just totally awesome. I'm just every time I talk to DFP, I'm like, I just have so much to think about. So, yeah, y'all, it's been a great night. For everyone who came through expecting Super Smash Brothers content today, my bad. I'm so sorry that we did not get to it. Sometimes you have to call an audible. I'm gonna try that out for tomorrow. I hope you all have a great night. Thank you so much for stopping through this stream. And please, if there are Black women in your life, check in on them. See how they're doing, check in. I'll see y'all back here tomorrow. Unless the world melts down, we'll play some games. Okay? Have a great night. I love you so much for watching. Peace.